Hey everyone, just a reminder to subscribe. I grew up in a farmhouse in the middle of nowhere. And when I say nowhere, I mean the nearest grocery store was about 45 minutes away. So whenever our family needed to go shopping, it definitely turned into a whole outing. We'd pile into the car, get groceries, grab dinner somewhere, sometimes even see a movie if it was late enough. I also grew up in a big family, which meant the house was almost never empty. Except for one pretty memorable night. My sister had homework to finish, so she stayed home while the rest of us went into town. It wasn't unusual. She was probably 13 or 14 at the time, and responsible enough to handle a quiet evening by herself. We ended up being gone longer than expected. Between the grocery store and grabbing food, we didn't get back home until about 10 that night. When we pulled into the driveway, the first thing we noticed was my sister sitting outside on this old concrete barrier beside the house. She was crying. Not just upset, really crying. We all jumped out of the car asking what was wrong. Once she caught her breath, she told us what had happened. She said that she'd been doing her homework at the kitchen table with the TV on when she heard the back mudroom door open. Our house had hardwood floors in the kitchen, so whenever someone came in, you could hear their footsteps clearly. She assumed it was us coming home early, but after a couple of minutes, she realized no one had walked into the room, so she got up to check. When she looked into the mudroom, the door was closed. No one was there. At first, she thought that maybe she'd imagined it, but as she looked down at the floor, she saw faint footprints. She then looked outside and realized the car that we took into town was still gone, that the other vehicles were parked exactly where they'd been earlier. She looked again, and the footprints were gone. The way the mudroom worked, when someone came in the back door, they could either step into the house or turn and go straight down into the basement. So in her mind, the only explanation was that someone had gone downstairs. And she knew she was supposed to be home alone. That's when she panicked. Instead of checking the basement, she ran outside and climbed into one of the parked cars. She locked the doors and stayed there for over an hour. Eventually, she worked up the courage to get out and walk back toward the house. She told us that as she approached the mudroom door, it suddenly swung open right in front of her. No one was there. That was when she ran back down toward the cars again. And right then, she saw our headlights turning into the driveway. She broke down crying and started telling us that something was in the house. Naturally, my dad and I assumed that there was some sort of explanation. My sister had a habit of watching paranormal shows and scaring herself, so we figured her imagination had gotten the better of her. Still, she was so convinced someone had gone into that basement that my dad decided to check it out. We went downstairs together. Nothing and no one. There were no open windows or signs of anyone breaking in. My dad walked through the entire upstairs while the rest of the family started bringing groceries inside. Everything looked normal. Eventually, everyone relaxed a little. My sister calmed down, and my mom kept reassuring her that she must have imagined the whole thing. I was the last one bringing groceries in from the car. When I walked inside, I noticed something. The light in the far back room of the basement was still on. The basement had 4 rooms. The front 2 were controlled by a switch near the stairs, but the back 2 used a pull-string bulb hanging from the ceiling. From the kitchen doorway, you could see the light from the back room shining through the basement door, but you could also see the light swaying back and forth, but you couldn't see the bulb itself. I stood there for a moment debating whether to go downstairs and pull the string or just leave it. Finally, I took a couple steps down the stairs, and that's when I heard the unmistakable sound of a pull string being tugged. Ka-chink! The light shut off. I froze. My first thought was that it had to have been my dad, so I walked back upstairs and went into the living room. My dad was already sitting in his chair with the TV on. My mom was talking to my sister, who had finally stopped crying. I walked over to my dad and quietly said, "I'm gonna lock the mudroom door tonight." He looked confused. We almost never locked that door when everyone was home. It was technically a fire exit and we kept it accessible. But he must have seen something in my face because he just nodded. For context, the mudroom had its own lock that we installed years earlier. The outside door was usually left unlocked so that if one of us kids got locked out in the winter, we could at least get into the mudroom and warm up. If someone wanted to steal our washer and dryer or old paint cans from the basement, they were welcome to try. But that night, I locked it. I lived in that farmhouse on and off for 25 years. I still own the place today, although I don't live there anymore. And in all that time, I never experienced anything strange again. Just that one night. But I'll never forget that sound. That ka-ching. It's burned into my memory forever. What's interesting is that my sister and I remember that night very differently. We talked about it again years later when we were both adults. For me, it's one of those things I can't quite explain. I've gone through every possible rational explanation in my head. For her, there's no mystery at all. In her mind, it was just a ghost. And that's her childhood ghost story. And no amount of rationalizing it is going to change that, though there's not much to rationalize. In fact, when I told her about hearing the pull of the string that night, it only confirmed what she already believed. The funny part is she's never worried about it, not since she was a child. She doesn't think that it's anything dangerous, just something that happened to be there, something that walked through the house once and then left. My grandmother's lived at the beach for as long as I can remember. Our family lives about 2 hours inland, so when we visit her, it always felt like a small vacation. When I was a kid, those trips were the highlight of my year. I've always loved the ocean. The second we'd arrive, I'd run straight to the water, full speed, and spend most of the day swimming. It didn't matter if the water was cold or the waves were rough. I just wanted to be out there. One year we visited during the summer, and the weather was perfect. Clear skies, warm sand, the kind of steady waves that make the ocean look inviting instead of dangerous. That day, my mom suggested we go fishing along the beach while everyone else relaxed near my grandmother's house. I remember being excited at first, but once we got there, I realized that she had other plans for me. Instead of letting me swim out like I usually did, she kept telling me to stay near the rocks and the tide pools. If you've ever seen the tide pools along a rocky beach, you know what they're like. Shallow pockets of water where little fish and crabs get trapped where the tides pull back. They're interesting to look at, but they're not fun if you want to swim. I remember getting irritated with her because every time I started wading deeper, she'd call out to me, tell me to stay closer to shore. "Just explore the pools," she said. "Don't go out too far." To a kid who loved to swim, that felt like torture. So after a while, I ignored her. I slowly worked my way past the tide pools and out toward the deeper water. The waves were small, and the ocean looked calm enough that I didn't think it was a big deal. A little further out, there were a few large rocks breaking the surface of the water. I swam over to them, grabbed onto it so I could rest for a moment. I remember noticing something strange about the rock right away. The surface was covered in this thick green slime, almost like algae, but slicker, darker. When I grabbed it, my hand slid slightly before I found a grip. I didn't think much at the time. From the shore, I could hear my mom yelling at me. She was waving her arms and telling me to come back. I rolled my eyes and stayed where I was for a few seconds, holding onto the rock while the water moved around my legs. And then it happened. At first, I felt something brush against my ankle. I assumed it was seaweed drifting in the current, but the feeling didn't pass. Instead, something wrapped around my lower leg and squeezed. Before I could even process what was happening, I felt a hand grab me. Not seaweed, a hand. It clamped down around my calf and started pulling me downward, hard. I remember looking down through the water and seeing these pale fingers wrapped around my leg. The fingers were long and thin, but fingers nonetheless. The nails looked jagged, sharp, uneven. They dug into my skin as whatever it was tried to pull me under. And I started screaming. The water splashed around me as I tried to kick free. The grip was strong, my leg being pulled toward the darker water below the rock. From the shore, my mom must have realized something was wrong immediately. I heard her shouting my name, running into the water. The grip tightened once more, so tight I could feel the nails tearing across my skin. Then suddenly my mom reached me. She grabbed my arm and pulled with everything she had. The moment she did, whatever was holding my leg let go. Just like that. The pressure disappeared. I felt myself being dragged back toward the shore. My mom practically carried me through the shallow water until we reached the sand. I was shaking so badly I could barely stand. When we looked at my leg, there were these long scratches running down my calf. They were thin but deep enough to leave blood running down towards my ankle. My mom kept asking me what had happened. At first, I could barely explain it. I just kept saying something had grabbed me, something with a hand. She looked out toward the rock where I'd been holding on to. The water was calm there. Nothing was moving. No swimmers, no animals, nothing. To this day, I still don't know what grabbed me in that water. People have suggested crabs, sharp rocks, even strong currents. But none of those explain what actually happened, what I remember seeing. Because when I looked down through the water, I didn't see seaweed or a rock. I saw fingers wrapped around my leg. And sometimes when I think back on what happened, I am a bit unsettled by the slime-covered rock. The one I'd been holding on to, it was the only one like it in the entire area. And whatever grabbed me seemed to come from right around it, perhaps underneath it. The moment you think someone is inside your house when they shouldn't be, that's a very specific kind of fear. It's different from being startled. It's quieter and heavier. Your brain stops looking for explanations and immediately jumps to survival. I learned that a few years ago while staying at a lake cabin with two friends. The place belonged to one of their relatives and sat about 20 minutes outside the nearest town. It was a property full of woods that came right up to the edge of the yard, and at night, the only sounds you heard were insects, the occasional splash of water. The first night we grilled some dinner, stayed up too late talking, and eventually everyone wandered off to bed sometime after midnight. I took a small back bedroom that faced the trees. I remember locking the back door before going to sleep because my friend had mentioned that raccoons sometimes figured out how to open the doors if it wasn't secured properly. It was one of those heavy doors with 2 locks, an old sliding chain. I checked all of them before turning off the lights. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up. Not suddenly, just that slow kind of waking where you're not sure why you're awake yet. The room was dark, except for the faint glow of moonlight coming through the window. I could hear the steady hum of the ceiling fan and someone snoring faintly from one of the other bedrooms down the hall. And then I heard it. A footstep. Soft, but unmistakable. It came from the living room. I stayed still for a moment, trying to decide if I'd imagined it. Old cabins do make noise. Wood contracts. Even furniture shifts slightly. Then I heard it again. Another step. Slow, careful. The sound of someone walking across the floor. My first thought wasn't anything paranormal. It was that someone had broken in. The cabin wasn't exactly in a populated area. If someone had been watching the place, they'd know it was mostly empty, except for the occasional weekend. I sat up in bed and listened. The footsteps continued across the living room. Then they stopped. Right outside the hallway leading to the bedrooms. At one point, I quietly got out of bed and stepped toward my door. The hallway was completely dark, but I could see the faint outline of the living room beyond it, from the moonlight through the windows. I expected to see someone standing there. Instead, I saw something move. A dark shape crossed the living room and slipped behind the couch. Not fast, just that quiet, natural movement of someone trying not to be noticed. I was certain that someone was inside the cabin. I stepped into the hallway and called out, "Hey." No response. I walked slowly into the living room, expecting at any moment for someone to jump out or run for the door. But the room was empty. I checked behind the couch. Nothing. I checked the small bathroom near the kitchen. Empty. Then I checked the front door, which was still locked, both the handle and the deadbolt. And then I remembered the back door. I walked over, and the back door was still locked. Deadbolt engaged, chain slid into place. Exactly how we'd left it before bed. There were only 2 doors to that cabin, both locked from the inside. All the windows were shut and latched, and the cabin didn't have any kind of attic or crawl space for someone to hide in. I stood there in the middle of the living room for a long time, just listening. Eventually, I convinced myself that maybe the shadows had tricked my eyes. Maybe I had been half asleep and imagined the movement. But what stuck with me was not exactly what I saw. It was the footsteps, because those footsteps sounded exactly like someone walking across the floor. Weight shifting, wood creaking under pressure. A real presence moving through the room. I didn't sleep much that night. Not necessarily scared, but my mind was just sort of racing. The next morning when my friends woke up, I walked around the cabin again just to make sure I hadn't missed something obvious. A loose window, a hidden door, anything. But the place was sealed up tight, which means one of 2 things happened that night. Either my brain somehow invented the sound of someone walking through the cabin, or something walked in there with us and just never needed the door to do it. When I was a senior in high school, due to financial reasons, my mom had to sell our home and we moved into a rental house. Things seemed off after moving in, but it was pretty innocent at first. Things would go missing and then show up days later in the exact spot that it should have been. Our dogs seemed to see things that weren't there. I had a sliding glass door in my room that opened out to a porch. One night I woke up to the vinyl vertical blinds going absolutely bonkers, even through the door being closed. The window wasn't open. There was no draft or fans. Nothing could make the blinds move like that, certainly not with the force that they were. Things escalated from there. The front door would be locked, but the doorknob would rattle as if someone was trying to get in there. There was never anyone outside. Doors would close on their own, and sure, I know this could have been chalked up to drafts, but it seemed odd with everything else going on, so I'm not willing to write it off. Especially when I started hearing a distant female voice in the house, saying things like, "Get out," or "My house." I'd also hear footsteps or movement in the house when no one else was home. And then one day, my sister and I heard her voice, together. We both confessed that we'd been hearing it separately. We told our mom, but this was dismissed. My younger brother increasingly started showing signs of fear in the house. My mom told my sister and I not to mention anything about ghosts to our brother, so that we wouldn't scare him anymore. Randomly, my mom decided that we were changing bedrooms. Very odd, as she had the large master bedroom with its own private bathroom. She claimed it was because she wanted the room with the door outside to the porch. Anyway, we switched rooms, and I'll come back to this point later. These odd events continued, but my mom always denied anything was going on. My sister and I constantly felt uneasy in the house. We decided to research things, see what we could do to ward off negative energy in the home. One thing we read was from Slavic folklore. You could throw small items like dried grains, seeds, beans all over your property, because spirits have a compulsion to stop and count them, which would distract them from entering your home. We thought that was pretty funny at the time. We never did this because it seemed silly to us. Not long after, we were hanging out on our front porch when our next-door neighbor walked over to introduce herself. She mentioned that many people have come and gone over the years and no one ever stays for long. We said that made sense since it was a rental house. The neighbor said the previous tenants would move out before the lease was up. So that was odd. Then she said that she was happy that our family seemed normal, because the last tenant used to throw frozen peas all over the front lawn every day. My sister and I thought that this couldn't be a coincidence. Previous tenants must have experienced things as well. We ended up moving out after our year lease was up. It was then that my mom told my sister and I that she too experienced many things, but she didn't want to scare us, give it attention. She said one morning before changing rooms, she was in her private bathroom, which had floor-to-ceiling mirrors on one of the walls. She was looking into the mirror above the sink when she saw a woman. She turned around and saw her in the wall mirror as well. That was the day she decided to switch bedrooms with me because it spooked her out too much. Thanks, Mom. After we moved, something was delivered to the old haunted house address. We went there to see if we could get it back, and the new family that had just moved in was already moving out. They seemed really freaked out, but we didn't discuss anything. I wish I had asked them if they experienced anything. I stopped telling people about this because they just don't think it's real. It's hard to explain or understand unless you've experienced things yourself, I guess. This morning, I received a strange call from my cousin, Violet. When I answered, she first asked me if I was okay. I said, "Yeah, bitch, it's 4 a.m. Why are you calling?" Violet exhales and says, "I just received a message from your mom." Yes, my mom, who passed away in December. Violet liked to play, but she knew the humor boundaries. I could tell from the tone in her voice that she wasn't joking. I said, "Oh yeah? Did she come to you in a dream?" Violet says no, that she'd been woken up by someone knocking on her bedroom window. Her area has lots of raccoons. They like to just get into stuff, so it wasn't just the knocking that got her up. She said that she heard a voice and recognized it to be my mom's, calling to her, "Vivi, come here." She didn't say it sounded like her. She said it was her. But not, because she's dead, right? Violet says it felt so real, and being just woken up, she'd almost overlooked how wrong this whole thing was. It was only when she'd gotten out of bed and actually taken a look out of her window that it all began to sink in. She didn't see my mom. Violet paused and thought that she must have just dreamed it, but she again hears my mom call her name through the muted layer of glass. It's unmistakable, and this time, she was wide awake to really absorb every detail of the voice. Violet knew my mom was dead. She sat with me at the funeral. They even have some of her ashes. Even with these grounded facts and staring out into an empty lot, Violet still popped her window up and called out into the darkness, "Auntie?" Hanging halfway out her window, she listened intently for a reply. Now, this is what really turned my tummy, so much so that I haven't gone back to sleep since our phone call this morning, because she said while she was leaning out her windowsill, she was looking straight out into the darkness. When the voice replied, it sounded like it was right below her, as if my mom had really been standing under her window. It said, "I'm not sad anymore." And that was it. Violet called out to her a few more times, but that was the last thing she heard back. Then she called me right after. About a year before her death, my mom and I had fallen out because I'd caught her in a lie about her sobriety while she was babysitting my daughter. I don't need to go into more details, as that pretty much sums it up. But she was never one to take accountability for anything, and, well, I guess I thought that I'd have more time to resolve things with her. I'm pretty sure the last words I ever said to her were, "Get sober or fuck off." Literally. And I wish I felt worse about it. I wish those words would move her enough to take action. Maybe that's why she went to Violet. My mom knew she'd be receptive to it. As much as she'd deny it, my cousin was gifted with an innate ability to communicate with the other side. This interaction with my mom only confirmed what I already believed. Violet doesn't like when the dead come to speak to her. She describes it like being in a room full of people, but only one person can understand your language. Naturally, they'll gravitate toward the person who can interpret what they're saying. Once, when we were younger, I remember us being at a park together. We'd separated from each other. She went to the monkey bars and I went to the slide. After I took my turn, I went over to where Violet was, and I'm not making this up. I saw her standing in the wood chips beneath the bars, with her hands stretched straight up. The monkey bars were still a good 3 or 4 feet out of reach for her from there. Without bending her knees or any sort of jump, I watched her levitate up to the bars. It completely blew my mind. I thought, my cousin's magic, and I just found out her secret. But when I ran over there and asked, "How did you get up there?" she said, "That man lifted me." I'm like, what? I do a quick scan around the playground, but we were the only ones there. I believe Violet was probably unaware that some of the conversations she had are with ghosts. Over the years, she learned to repress the feeling of embarrassment and trepidation when someone asks who she's talking to. She said not all, but most of the encounters she's had, or at least can confirm, the spirits simply wanted to say hello and to be acknowledged back. Some have more to say, but it's rare for her to be approached by someone begging for help with unfinished business. Oddly enough, that's how she grew to differentiate between the living and the dead. In Violet's opinion, it's the living who only reach out when they're in need. If she finds herself in a conversation about the weather or something trivial, she puts that person in her memory bank as a ghost. Saying this out loud, though, I do worry about her dating life. It must be maddening to make the guess with each passing interaction that she has. I can understand how some people can get the wrong vibe from her. On more than one occasion, someone will come up to me and say, "I just met your cousin. Is she all right?" And all I can say is, "Yeah, Violet's cool. She probably just thought you were a ghost." Anyway, I've been sitting with that message all morning. I'm not sad anymore. At first, I tried to interpret it the way that people do when they're grieving. You know, the comforting version. Maybe Violet had a dream that felt real. Maybe her brain filled in a voice that she knew well. But the thing about Violet is that she's never described those encounters as dreamlike. She says they feel exactly like talking to someone standing in the room with you. And she was wide awake. I keep thinking about the way she described the voice, being right below the window, not distant, but right there. If Violet hadn't leaned out to look, she might have thought my mom was actually standing outside. Before we hung up, I asked her, did it sound like she wanted anything else? Violet said no. She said my mom didn't sound desperate or confused, or like it was trying to convince her of anything. She said it sounded calm, like someone who had just finished saying what they came to say. And then she told me something that I've been thinking about, of course. She said when spirits come to her, they almost always want to talk longer, sometimes even repeat themselves. Sometimes they linger nearby even after the conversation ends, but this one didn't. After my mom said that sentence, Violet said the feeling was just gone, like she'd stepped out of the room. I don't know if the message was really meant for Violet or for me. I'm sure I was meant to receive it, and I'm grateful for that. I think maybe my mom knew I wouldn't have listened. Or maybe she knew that I'd spend the rest of my life questioning whether I imagined it or not. Violet wouldn't do that. She'd hear it, repeat it exactly as it was said, and move on, which is exactly what she did. A few years ago, I got really into collecting vinyl. It started the way a lot of hobbies do. Someone gave me a small stack of records and an old player that they didn't want anymore. I cleaned it up, bought a couple of albums I liked, and before long I was spending weekends digging through record stores and estate sales. Eventually I decided I wanted something nicer than this little starter player I'd been using. That's when I found one that caused all sorts of problems. It was sitting in the corner of a small antique shop about 20 minutes from my apartment. Not a big store, just old radios, furniture, typewriters, boxes of random odds and ends. The record player was built into a wooden console cabinet, one of those mid-century pieces that looks more like furniture than electronics. The wood was in really good shape. The turntable spun smoothly when the shop owner demonstrated it, and the price was way lower than I expected. And that was good enough for me. I brought it home that afternoon. I set it up in the corner of my living room and spent the evening playing a few records that I'd picked up recently. It sounded great, warm, a little cracky in the way that old record players tend to be, but exactly what I wanted. Then about a week after I'd brought it home, I woke up around 2:30 in the morning to the sound of music. At first I thought it was coming from outside, maybe a neighbor playing something too loud, but as I woke up more, I realized the sound was coming from inside my apartment, from my living room. I got up and walked out there half asleep. The record player was on. The platter was spinning, the needle down on a record. But I was positive I hadn't left anything playing before I went to bed. I turned it off, went back to sleep, and tried not to think much about it. I assumed I must have forgotten to shut it down earlier. A few nights later, though, it happened again. Same thing. Middle of the night, faint music drifting down the hallway. This time when I walked into the living room, the record had already finished playing. The needle was sitting at the end of the album where it normally rests after the last track. The power switch was still on. I stood there for a minute trying to remember if I had used it that evening. I couldn't recall doing that. But it wasn't impossible. Not impossible that I put something on while cooking dinner or cleaning up and just forgot. I truly gaslit myself. So again, I turned it off and went back to bed. After that, though, it started happening more often. Sometimes I'd come home from work and the platter would already be spinning slowly, even though I knew I hadn't turned it on that morning. Or sometimes the player would start up while I was sitting in the next room. One evening, I was reading on the couch when I heard that crackle of the needle touching the vinyl. I walked over. I saw the arm lowering itself onto a record I hadn't touched in days. That was the first time it actually made me uneasy. I figured, this has to be a mechanical issue. Maybe the switch inside was worn out or the wiring was loose. Perhaps that's how it ended up at that shop to begin with. But still, The player worked well enough that I kept using it until it started playing things backwards. One night I put on an album that I'd listened to a dozen times before. As soon as the needle touched down, the music sounded wrong. The song was playing in reverse. At first I thought that maybe the speed setting was somehow shifted, or the belt inside the player had slipped. But when I looked closer, the platter itself was spinning in the wrong direction. The record was literally turning backwards under the needle. I lifted the arm immediately because I didn't want to damage the grooves. When I turned the player off and back on again, it spun normally. I told a friend about it the next day. He said that it was probably just an old motor acting up. That made sense, I told myself. Except it just kept happening. So, did I need to get it fixed? I had someone come take a look at it. A friend of a friend. They told me that there was virtually nothing wrong with the machine, that it was in really good shape, that I'd gotten myself a hell of a deal. I think what really did it for me, what made me think this was something more than mechanical issues, was a dream I had. I had dreamt the same thing that I'd been experiencing, that I'd heard music coming from the living room, that I went out there to explore it. But when I did, there was someone standing next to the record player. They were clearly human-shaped, glowing almost an ethereal glow. It looked like a man, but outside of that, I couldn't see features, a face, nothing like that. I just saw this entity standing there. And I realized in my dream that the music was skipping. And then I woke up to music skipping. I rushed out into the living room, fully expecting to see someone standing next to the record player. But of course, it was empty out there, except for the skipping music. I turned off the record player, unplugged it entirely. I went back to bed, feeling uneasy about the dream, the experience. But I chalked it up, even though I felt like that was too weird to chalk up. I did. It probably could have been fine if it was just that one dream, and if the machine would have started working properly. But it wasn't like that. I continued to have the same dream, not every night, but multiple times within a 2-month period. And each time, despite knowing it was a dream, it felt so real, like someone was really there with me. Eventually, I did get rid of it. Oddly enough, it wasn't because of the dreams. It was because it just destroyed my records, two that I cared deeply about. I wasn't willing to lose any more to this record player. I called my friend's friend, the one who had originally looked at the machine for me. I asked if he was interested in taking it off my hands, and I gave him the full rundown before giving it to him. He understood. I don't think he believed me, but he understood. He's not exactly my friend, so no idea how it all panned out for him, but I have to assume that since he didn't come knocking at my door, all is well, though I can't really imagine how. My grandma used to tell me that spirits came in the form of red birds. I don't see red birds very often and hadn't thought much about it until she died, and no joke, guess what landed on her portrait at the funeral? We had a big picture of her printed out at a FedEx Kinko's. My brother had actually made the frame by hand because we couldn't find one large enough to fit the dimensions. And wouldn't you know it, a cardinal landed right on it as we lowered the casket. All of her grandchildren were there to see it, and its intended purpose was radiated through all of us like a warm light. We knew that was her saying goodbye. I don't know if she personally made up the lore about the redbirds, but we've managed to keep it alive in the family by telling our kids about it. It was a little heartwarmer for us when the topic of death came about. But here's my problem now, and partially why I bothered reaching out in the first place. I guess it's advice, but specifically a wide range of opinions because I'm only able to reason with my own ontological process. Okay, let's remember my family's folklore. Now, how do I explain to my daughter that the cardinals that just dive-bombed us out of nowhere aren't angry family members? We were on a little trail walk yesterday. We must have disturbed a nest or something because these two big cardinals came out of nowhere, zipping inches from our heads. Jilly saw them first. She pointed and said, "Daddy, it's Gran-Gran." I look up to where she'd pointed, and sure enough, there's a big old cardinal sitting in the tree, staring down at us. And to make the whole thing worse, I said, "Oh yeah, there's Gran-Gran." Right before the bird went absolutely crazy. In my 38 years, I've never been in an altercation with a bird like that. Then another one showed up and started doing the same thing. I'm swatting at them, telling Jilly to run. She obviously has to trip over her shoes and scrape up her knee, solidifying this as a core memory. Meanwhile, none of my swings made contact with the birds, but I felt one of their talons dig into the back of my head, just take a little hair. When that happened, I knew this was a losing battle. I scooped Jilly off the ground, and I ran with her like a football all the way back to the car. "That wasn't Gran-Gran," I say. "Then who was it?" she asks. "Those were just angry birds." "But they were red birds, so they must have been someone, right?" "I guess. Maybe. I don't know." I never thought that I'd be stumped by a 5-year-old, but there I sat on the brink of extinguishing a child's sense of wonder at such a young age. So I said, "Those red birds must have been from someone else's family." I think I accidentally built a mental house of cards for her that's going to come crumbling down at any moment. Maybe it was my house of cards that had fallen and I'm projecting it onto her. I think there was a small part of me that believed what my grandma said, and I do. I really do. I know that I don't know about the spirit realm. For all I know, those really were cardinals from another less civilized family. But, fellow parents out there, have I mentally scarred my daughter? Did Grandma Monique's good intention actually poison her family's cognitive well-being? How can I reel this back without dismantling the essence of magic for a child? I mean, she's 5 and started storing all of these memories as permanent ontological fixtures, surely, so what are your thoughts? About a month ago, I bought a set of small wall shelves for my kitchen. They were the kind of little cute square cubbies, nothing fancy, just painted wood with a slightly worn farmhouse look. I'd been wanting something like that to hold spices and small plants, and I happened to come across it one day during an estate sale in the neighborhood. The house belonged to a woman who'd recently passed away. I didn't know her personally, but the entire property was being cleared out, and when I say everything was for sale, I mean everything. Furniture, kitchenware, boxes of old decorations, tools from the garage, even plants from the yard that the family was digging up and selling. It was one of those situations where it felt like the house was being slowly dismantled, piece by piece. The shelves were leaning against the wall in the kitchen when I first saw them. They weren't particularly valuable or antique looking, but they were sturdy and exactly the size I'd been hoping to find. I asked one of the family members running the sale how much they wanted for them. I remember they shrugged and said that I could take them for $10, so I did. My husband helped me mount them in our kitchen a couple of days later. We hung them on the wall near the window, and I filled the cubbies with a couple of small plants, a salt and pepper grinder, and some jars of loose tea. They looked perfect there. For the first few days, it was perfect. Then one morning I woke up and noticed something strange. Not related to the shelves, I thought, but I had 3 scratches on my forearm. They were long and thin, running almost parallel to each other from my wrist toward my elbow. At first, I assumed I must have scraped myself on something without realizing it. I work in the yard a lot and I'm constantly bumping into things around the house. But these scratches were different. They weren't clean lines, somewhat jagged, and they stung like they'd just happened. I mentioned it to my husband over breakfast, and he jokingly asked if I got in a fight in my sleep. I laughed it off and I didn't think much more about it. But over the next couple of days, a few things started happening around the house. Just small things that felt off. One afternoon, I walked into the kitchen and I found one of those little jars I'd placed in the cubbies, sitting on the counter below the shelves. I assumed it must have been my husband grabbing something earlier and forgetting to put it back, except he insisted he hadn't touched it. I was completely willing to chalk it up to poor memory on my part. But a couple of nights later, we both heard a noise in the kitchen while we were watching TV in the living room. It sounded like wood scraping against the wall. When we checked, nothing was out of place. The shelves were still hanging where we'd put them. But my husband did say something that stuck with me. He said the shelves looked like they'd shifted slightly. Not fallen or loose, just slightly crooked compared to how they'd been mounted before. We tightened the screws and forgot about it. But the uneasy feeling, it didn't go away. A few nights later, I woke up around 2 a.m. I figured it was because I was thirsty, but I don't really know why I woke up. As I walked into the kitchen, I noticed one of the small plants from the shelves sitting on the counter. It hadn't fallen. It was sitting upright, like someone had picked it up and placed it there. At that point, I started thinking about where the shelves had come from. I remembered the estate sale, the house being emptied, the woman who had died. And I remember saying something half-jokingly to my husband the next morning. What if whoever owned those shelves before doesn't want us to have them? He laughed at first, but then he pointed out something I hadn't connected. The scratches on my arm had appeared the same week that we brought them into the house, and we'd never had anything like that happen before. Now, I'm not someone who jumps straight to paranormal explanations. I'm really the one telling people that there's probably a logical reason for things. But I really couldn't shake the feeling that those shelves had brought something with them. So we decided to try something simple. One afternoon, my husband took the shelves down from the wall and carried them out to the garage. We left them there for a few days. During that time, the house felt completely normal. Nothing was moving around in the kitchen, no knocking sounds or scraping sounds on the walls. After about a week, we decided we didn't really want them in the house at all. I listed them for free online, explained that they were just basic kitchen shelves that needed a new home, with a cutesy note that they might be haunted. Someone picked them up that weekend. I'm not exaggerating when I say the moment those shelves left our property, the weird little things stopped completely, and the feeling, it was gone. So, make of that what you will. When I was younger, I lived with my parents in a house that had a loft converted into a hobby room. It wasn't anything fancy, just a quiet space with a slanted ceiling where I kept a large table for building miniature terrain and painting little models. It was something I'd spent a ridiculous amount of time on. Anyone who's into that kind of hobby knows how particular you can get about it. Tiny pieces, careful paintwork, hours of fiddling with details. So it didn't take long for me to notice that something was wrong. Every time I went up to the loft, something had moved. At first it was just small things, a few pieces out of place, a section of terrain that was turned around. Once an entire little structure that I'd built was sitting on the opposite side of the table. Naturally, I blamed my sister. She denied it immediately. Then I blamed my dad, assuming he was just being annoying, but he denied it too. What made it strange was that neither of them ever slipped up or admitted to it later. My family is the type that would absolutely keep a prank going for a while, but eventually they'd crack and laugh about it. Weeks went by, and the changes kept happening. Not every day, but often enough that I started taking pictures of the table before I went downstairs, just to prove to myself I wasn't imagining things. Sure enough, things would be different the next time I went up there. One evening, I mentioned it to one of my mom's friends who was visiting. She was the kind of person who believed very strongly in the paranormal and had plenty of stories of her own. I expected her to laugh or calmly explain it to me, but instead she said, "If something's there, just talk to it." I remember laughing and saying, "You mean like out loud?" She nodded and said, "Just explain that you'd like it to stop." The idea sounded ridiculous, but it stayed with me. A couple weeks later, I had the house to myself for the evening. At some point, I went up to the loft and I noticed a small section of my setup had been rearranged again. And for whatever reason, I decided to try what she suggested. I stood there in the middle of the room, feeling completely stupid, and I started talking to the empty space. I explained how long it took for me to build everything on that table, how much time and effort I'd put into it. I even mentioned how frustrating it was to keep fixing things that had been moved. And then I said something like, "Look, I don't know if someone's actually here, but if you are, I'd really appreciate it if you'd leave my stuff alone." The second the words left my mouth, I heard something behind me. The sound of someone climbing down the loft ladder. There were no footsteps, just the unmistakable creaking sound the steps made when weight was put on them. I turned around immediately and the ladder was empty. No one there, of course. I even leaned over the opening to check the hallway below. Nothing. I went downstairs and checked the rest of the house just to make sure my sister and dad hadn't come in without me noticing. The house was still completely empty. After that, nothing in the loft was ever moved again. Not once. Now I obviously don't live there anymore, but my thoughts are that whatever was there didn't really leave. It just respected my space. My sister claims that she can still hear the creaking of those steps on that ladder. She doesn't equate it to a ghost, but I told her, if you ever feel like someone's there, talk to it. I never bought anything that I believed was haunted or saw a ghost, but I did once see something appear out of thin air, and if that's not paranormal, I don't know what is. Years ago, my partner's parents managed an old pub in the UK that had a bit of a reputation locally. It was one of those places that had been around forever, with the low ceilings, uneven floors, dark wooden beams that looked like they'd been there for a couple 100 years. If you've ever been to an old pub like that, you know the atmosphere. People had stories about the place. Staff would talk about hearing footsteps upstairs when no one was staying in the rooms. Glasses shifting slightly on the bar when no one had touched them. It was all very typical, just the kind of small things that get mentioned enough that eventually everyone assumes the building must be haunted. My partner's parents had heard it all, of course. They were practical people. Running a pub doesn't leave room for ghost hunting, they'd say. They mostly laughed off the stories, but there was one night that I was visiting that we've never been able to laugh off. It was after closing, and they were finishing up for the evening. The customers were gone, the doors were locked, and we were just doing the usual end-of-the-night routine. They were counting the till, I was wiping down the bar, making sure everything was shut off. At some point, the four of us stepped into the main room together. The lights were dimmed, but still on. And then something fell. Not from a shelf, not from a wall. It fell straight down out of the air between us. All of us watched it happen. The small framed picture dropped from about chest height and hit the wooden floor with a metallic clink. For a moment, none of us moved because we were all trying to understand what we'd just seen. There were no shelves above it, around us, no hooks, no decorations on the ceiling. After a while, it was clear it had simply appeared and dropped. My partner's dad was the one who picked it up first. It was a cheap little picture frame. and a small picture maybe the size of a tiny notebook. The frame was thin metal, slightly bent on the corner from the fall. Inside was a print of a crying girl, not a photograph, more like one of those old sentimental prints that you sometimes see in secondhand shops. The strange part, I guess, was the material. The image wasn't printed on paper. It was on this silky fabric stretched inside the frame. Naturally, the first thing we did was try to figure out where it had come from. But of course, we came up empty-handed. I think my partner's parents were the most freaked out. They'd owned this pub for quite a long time. Lots of time for them to see the picture, but neither of them had ever seen it before. According to them, it simply didn't belong to the building. But there it was, lying on the floor like it had just fallen off a wall that didn't exist. They kept it behind the bar for a while after that, mostly because no one knew what else to do with it. Every once in a while, someone would ask about it and we'd tell the story, and the reaction was always the same. People would laugh at first. Then they'd look around the room, trying to figure out where it could have come from. And eventually they'd realize the same thing we had that night. There was nowhere for the picture to have fallen from. One thing that all four of us have always been able to agree on about that moment is that we all watched it appear before it hit the floor. I once read somewhere that there are two kinds of ghosts. The first kind are what people call intelligent hauntings. Those are the spirits people claim can interact with you. They respond to questions, move objects, or seem aware that you're there. The second kind are called residual hauntings. Those aren't really spirits in the traditional sense. They're more like recordings, moments from the past, somehow stuck repeating in the same place over and over. Footsteps in the hallway, a door opening and closing, the same event replaying itself like a scene on a loop. When I first heard that idea, I thought it sounded convenient, like a way for people to explain ghost stories without actually proving anything. Then I lived in an apartment that made me reconsider it. For about 2 years, I rented the upstairs portion of an older house. It wasn't historic or famous. It was just one that had been around probably since the 1930s. Not long after I moved in, I started hearing footsteps in the hallway late at night. At first, I assumed it was the people downstairs. In old houses, you can hear movement from other floors and swear that it's right beside you. But the footsteps had a pattern. They always started near the kitchen. They walked slowly down the hallway. Then they stopped directly outside my bedroom door. Every time. The first few nights, I opened the door immediately, thinking that someone must actually be there. The hallway was empty. After a while, I stopped getting out of bed. I would just lie there listening to the steps move from the kitchen, down the hall, and stop outside my door. It was the same pace, even the same number of steps, same stopping point. It was like hearing the same recording playing over and over. Eventually, curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to try something. One night, when the footsteps started, I stepped into the hallway before they reached the door. I said, "Hello?" The footsteps continued exactly the same. Step, step, step. They stopped in the same spot outside my bedroom, right in front of me. Even though the hallway was completely empty, I tried talking again. "Hello?" But there was nothing. I had plenty of time to observe this, and what I noticed was that the steps never sped up, they never slowed down, they never reacted to me at all. Over the next few weeks, I tried a few more times. Sometimes I opened the door early, sometimes I waited until the sound reached the door. Once I even stood in the kitchen where the footsteps always seemed to begin, but it didn't matter where I was. Every night they followed the same path. Started in the kitchen, walked down the hall, stopped outside my room. Eventually, I stopped trying to interact with it at all because it clearly wasn't aware of me. It wasn't responding to anything I said or did. It was just happening the same way every time. Which is when I finally understood the thing that I'd read about before. If that sound was a ghost, it wasn't the kind people talk to. It wasn't aware. It wasn't communicating. It was just a moment from the past repeating itself in the present, over and over. And no matter how many times I tried to interrupt it, the recording never changed. You never truly forget your childhood fear. For me, it was centered around a single heavy wooden door tucked away in the back of the kitchen pantry. It didn't lead to a secret garden or a forbidden attic. It led down to our basement. And in 1986, when I was 7 years old, that basement was the antechamber to hell. Our house was old, built maybe in the 1920s, and the basement was a cold, damp concrete cavern, smelling perpetually of dust and mildew, and something metallic that I now recognize as fear. The door was solid core, dark-stained oak, and the handle was one of those old-fashioned brass twitch latches, clicking with that sickening finality when it shut. My parents always told me the basement was just a place for storage and the furnace, but I knew better. The air around that door felt thin and anxious, and at night, I swore I could hear soft, rhythmic thumps coming through from the floorboards, like something large and heavy was adjusting itself for sleep. The event I remember most clearly, the one that cemented my terror, happened in the middle of a brutal New England winter. We were hit by an ice storm that took out the grid for 3 whole towns. It happened around 8 p.m. One moment the house was humming with the sound of the evening news in the refrigerator. The next, it was swallowed by an absolute profound silence. My mother immediately remembered the emergency flashlights that were kept in the utility closet, which, of course, was right next to the door. "Daniel, be a big boy and grab the 3-pack from the utility closet," she said, her voice sounding oddly brittle in the sudden darkness. I froze. The closet was merely 2 feet from the brass latch of the basement door. "Mom, can't we wait? Maybe the power will come back on," I asked. "Don't be silly, Danny. It's just next to the scary door," she teased gently, not realizing how real the fear was. A big boy like you isn't afraid of a little darkness. My dad was fumbling with the landline phone, trying to see if the lines were down, so the duty fell to me. Swallowing the stone of rising panic, I shuffled across the kitchen. The cold was immediate, seeping up from the floor, a damp contrast to the warmth that the furnace had been providing. I reached the utility closet, my hands shaking so badly I could barely open the bifold doors. I found the rubberized flashlights and was pulling them off the top shelf when the basement door, the heavy, closed basement door, spoke. It didn't creak or rattle. It was a direct, breathy sound, like a piece of dry leather being rubbed together, originating from the wood itself. It was a whisper, impossibly close. "Danny boy." I dropped the flashlights. They hit the linoleum with 3 distinct, sickening plastic thwacks, scattering and rolling away into the dark. I didn't move. My blood felt like it had turned to liquid nitrogen. The voice was a mix of low, gravelly, deep, and also a woman. It just wasn't quite right. It had too many layers. It felt like it had scraped against my eardrum. I backed up slowly until my spine hit the closet shelf. I knew instinctively that this wasn't my dad playing a trick. Dad's voice was light and jokey. This was heavy and loaded with a chilling, patient malice. This was the entity that I had always imagined living down there. It seemed to know me. My eyes, now adjusting to the deep gloom, were fixed on the door. There was a thin, cold light filtering in from the street lamp outside the kitchen. Through the window, it cast a faint, wavering shadow. And that's when I saw something. At the very top of the door, where the old-fashioned handle was, a shadow began to materialize. It wasn't the shadow of the door latch or the trim. It was a massive, angular projection against the wood, seeming to cast itself from inside the room. The air in the pantry became ice cold, and it was so sharp it burned my lungs. I remember thinking, will somebody come over here and help me? But then, slowly, the shadow began to form into something more sinister. It was hulking and unnatural. It started to feel like it was in the room with me. I watched as it slid down the door's surface, past the brass handle, past the midline, until it reached the crack at the bottom. And then it stopped moving. But it spoke, even softer, a sound that seemed to resonate directly in the hollows of my chest. Little Daniel. The temperature instantly shot back up to normal. The deep, heavy shadow winked out, and the air just became regular, cold, dusty air. I didn't scream. I couldn't. I just turned and sprinted, stumbling over the scattered flashlights and bursting back into the living room, where the comforting sounds of my dad frustratingly clicking the phone and my mom looking for candles filled the air. By now, I was shivering violently and weeping silently into my mother's side. "Daniel, what happened? Did you hurt yourself?" she asked. I never told them what I heard or what I saw. How could I? I couldn't articulate the visceral absolute certainty that a predator had been trying to coax me into its den. And that den was in our home. We used candles that night. The power was out for 3 days. Every time I had to walk past the kitchen, I kept my eyes focused on the floor, terrified of glancing toward the pantry. Years later, when I was in college, I went back home for Christmas. I walked into the old pantry to grab something, and I stopped cold. The house had been updated, the ugly linoleum replaced with tile, but the door was the same, dark oak, heavy, with the brass latch. I noticed something I hadn't when I was 7 or any other time. Even now, decades later, the door was slightly, almost ajar. Not latched, just resting on the frame, perhaps a 1/4 inch open. I pushed it closed and waited for the familiar click of the latch. It clicked. Satisfied, I turned to leave. As I was walking out of the kitchen, I heard the faint but unmistakable sound of the latch turning back. The click I had just heard was undone. I didn't look back. I realized that the thing down there had simply gotten patient. It was waiting for me to forget. But every night when that house settles into silence and I'm there, it undoes the latch, patiently reminding me that the basement door is never truly closed. It's just waiting for the next time that someone's afraid of it, I guess. Needless to say, I'll visit my parents, but I don't love it there. When I was 19, I jogged everywhere. partly because I was a poor college student who couldn't afford books or a car. I also enjoyed being in shape enough to do that. But isn't that just the poor girl masking? I didn't want a car. I liked walking places. Anyway, I'm on a jog. My destination is the store, and my trip is without constraints, free of any roads or traffic lights to direct me where to go. My trip takes 20 minutes longer than driving, and it's cold, but again, no traffic lights beaming their fascist red, yellow, green nonsense. I'll take the interurban bike trail on foot any day. The sun was shining that morning. Walking through the trail, I looked up into the trees and spotted a dove with the whitest feathers I'd ever seen. It was perched on a branch, staring down and watching me as I passed underneath it. As the trail twisted and turned, it wound through residential parks, lakes, and a golf course. My walk to the store didn't take me all the way to the golf course, but it did take me through a few residential parks. To separate the trail from everything else, there was a tree line along the path. On the other side of a few of these large pine trees, there was a grassy clearing that looked like it could have been out of a movie. The sun reflected off the morning dew on the grass. I'd walked past this park almost daily, but for some reason that day, its picturesque beauty was noteworthy. I hadn't planned on leaving the trail, but then I saw another white dove. This one was in the clearing, bouncing around in the grass. Then, a rabbit ran past the dove. Its fur also had a vivid white shine. It almost collided with the dove as it skittered past. If I wanted to see further into the clearing, I had to leave the bike path and walk through a row of trees and unkept brush. And I was so entranced by seeing all these animals together like this, I had to see if there were more of these albino animals hanging out in the clearing. When I fully crossed over, I saw a man standing next to a large wooden trunk in the middle of the clearing. He hadn't seen me yet. As I was approaching from behind, he stood next to his trunk. He would occasionally lean into it, his feet almost leaving the ground as he reached to the bottom. He wasn't a tall man, but the trunk he was reaching into was exceptionally large. Every time he did this, he would pull out another all-white rabbit or dove, and then release it into the grass or toss it into the sky to fly away. I followed one of the dove's flight paths with my eyes, and that's where I saw that all of the trees around had doves on their branches. At least a dozen or more scattered across them. Scattered around the clearing were more empty black cages, with their doors propped open, their inhabitants long gone. When he finished, he closed the lid of the trunk and sat on it, with his hands clasped in his lap. The animals he'd let go of were beautiful, but what concerned me was the idea of these foreign species messing up the ecosystem of the park. The rabbits in particular, they would multiply, and less than a year later their offspring had indeed become a fixture in this park. I walked right up to him. He was facing away from me, and he jumped when I said, "Excuse me." Before the man turned around, he snapped back in a gruff tone, saying he'd already apologized to my dad for the incident and he couldn't give refunds. The comment made no sense to me, and I lost my train of thought regarding the animals. "What?" I asked. That's when he turned to look over his shoulder at me. "You from the party?" he asked. "No, I'm from over there," I said, pointing to the bike path about 20 meters away. Then I remembered why I was talking to him. "I saw you releasing those animals from the bike path, and I wanted to know what you were doing." The abrasive tone he'd initially started with softened as he introduced himself. His name was Abbott, and he was a self-proclaimed, world-renowned illusionist who had once shared the stage with the greats like David Copperfield, Penn and Teller, and a few Italian-sounding names I didn't know. While Abbott sat atop his magician's trunk, going on about his accolades, he gestured for me to come sit next to him without skipping a beat. He was an older man who I thought, in that moment, Just needed someone to talk to. He wore a fitted, theatrical black tux with a white undershirt, a large red bow tie. It looked intentionally too big for his small stature. It was easy to imagine Abbott using his height as an advantage during his routine. Before I approached him, it was almost comically inviting to watch him lean so far into the trunk, trying to pull the cages out. There was an open stepladder I used to climb up and sit on the trunk. I scooted close enough to hear him, but I wasn't invading his personal space. Abbott hadn't stopped talking about the golden age of magic when I noticed a few of the rabbits still hopping around a few meters from us. The doves hadn't left the trees either. It was like they didn't know what to do with themselves out of captivity. When Abbott finally paused to take a breath, I asked him why he was releasing all of his animals. "Today was my last performance," Abbott said. "I'm retiring, and it's only fair that they be freed from the shackles of this industry as well." I asked why a world-renowned illusionist would be booked to perform in a podunk town like this. With a spiteful groan, he told me that it was for some rich, ungrateful brat's birthday. The dad had written him a check that would cover his rent expenses for the next 5 to 6 months, enough time for him to figure something else out. I asked if the birthday was really that bad enough for him to quit a job he loved. Abbott was quick to correct me. It was a job he used to love, but the job didn't love him back. Time after time, he thought, this is the performance that will get me noticed. But Copperfield's agents had stopped returning his calls after their contract ended. Abbott still drew crowds on his own in smaller venues, but for a fraction of what other magic acts earned. He blamed his downfall on the rise of live street magic, particularly David Blaine. His theatrical stage style had fallen out of favor. If you weren't already a household name, you were forgotten. We sat side by side, staring into the field, watching as white rabbits and doves wander around. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw him pull something from his coat pocket. When I looked over, Abbott was holding a black pistol and put it into his mouth. My heart stopped as he pulled the trigger over and over, but the gun didn't fire. He glanced at me, then took the gun out of his mouth. "Oh, I'm so sorry," he said. "It's a water pistol. I've topped with Jameson." He offered me a pull, but I respectfully declined, suppressing the terror shakes. I thought I was going to watch him blow his brains out. The whole situation felt like it was leading to that. The releasing of the animals, the angry day drinking, the life story confession. When I saw the gun, I was more like, dang, you're not going to wait until I leave? But Abbott didn't. He stayed alive, at least for the moment. Though his behavior was still unsettling, I learned a lot about Abbott in our short time together. I find out he's a proper drunk, that he's been drinking since before the kid's birthday. Abbott had a drinking problem through his whole career, but he also used to huff ether. Out of respect, I'll also mention that he got clean from the ether, but stayed strong with his alcohol consumption. But while he was on all of it, he showed up all messed up to one of his performances at an exhibition hall overseas. It was some big event put on by a royal family. As the competition for magician gigs narrowed, Abbott had begun incorporating more and more dangerous stunts into his routine. The beginning of the act goes as planned, and he's got the crowd in his hands. He'd become so accustomed to performing in his inebriated state that he could have done the first 20 minutes of his set completely faded, which he was. It was only the second part of the performance, the less rehearsed one, that Abbott had problems with. Mainly the trick where he's supposed to cut one of his lovely assistants in half with a long, wobbly handsaw. Spoiler alert, Abbott revealed the basic idea of how the trick works. If you don't want to know and have this trick be ruined for you, I'd skip ahead. So he has two assistants shoved into a box. One only has her upper body out, the other only her lower body. And there's a thin metal gap between them where he puts the saw. Now, the woman with her legs visible, so her upper body's hidden, it's her job to shut the two doors of the table, one hiding her and the latch just outside of her door to conceal her partner before Abbott separates the tables and moves them around. I'm sure you've seen the idea. While Abbott positions the saw above the opening, Assistant 2 is slow to close both doors, though in court, both women would later blame Abbott for not giving the correct verbal signals or time allowed for the women to complete the task. Regardless, Abbott slid the saw down like a guillotine onto the hidden assistant's arm as she was latching the doors. He felt the blade stop, and he thought that it jammed, so he really started to put his weight into it, the sawing, that is. And his efforts were not in vain. The saw did begin to move faster, and soon he was through the box. The audience was the first to see the blood. But they all thought it was part of the show, so they continued to cheer. It was only brought to Abbott's attention that something was wrong when he did the separation bit. That's when he and Assistant 1 saw the other girl hanging out of the box. Her left arm had been sawn completely through, and she was unconscious from the pain. The padding inside the boxes Abbott built with their comfort in mind only muffled the woman's screams and would have alerted them to an emergency. The lady lived and sued Abbott for everything, and nothing was ever at the level he'd previously been at. Nobody would work with him and his act, his tricks. It wasn't a solo gig. Now it was when I met him. Years of degradation eroded his act down to hat and animal magic, parlor tricks for rich, ungrateful kids. He said it paid the bills, but his soul died in the process. Shaking his alcohol pistol in my direction again, he told me, "Don't live to pay the bills. The world doesn't give a fuck about you." I was 19 hearing all of this, and Abbott was both scarring and inspiring me. Then he ruined any goodwill by following it up with, "And I don't give a fuck about you either, bitch. Now get off my trunk." Offended, I instantly hopped off. Abbott did too, landing on the ground at the same time as me. I turned towards him, unsure what to say. He lifted the lid of the trunk that we'd been sitting on, climbed in, and closed it behind him. I stood there, not sure how to handle myself, but he never came back out. I didn't want to stand there all day, staring at the magician's trunk, waiting to tell him that he'd hurt my feelings. No, I decided to call the cops. I don't know what time they did arrive, but when they did, they said they couldn't find the large wooden chest with the purple felt and gold trim like I'd described. All they found were the white doves still perched in the trees. I've lived in this old Victorian long enough to stop treating weird as an interruption and start treating it like another household appliance. The house isn't haunted in the way of shadow people or things at the foot of the bed. What lives in this house, if you want to call it living, is something much stranger. It copies people. Not just shows up as someone, but shows up as someone you know. Exact face, mannerisms, voice. Doppelgangers, I guess, if you want the folklore label. If you've read about doppelgangers, you probably know the big, dramatic versions. Doubles are omens, doubles that steal a life. I'm not really interested in the drama of it all. What I experienced were small, domestic intrusions that were more confusing than frightening. Like your reflection deciding to take a detour, hang out in your living room for 20 seconds. After a while, it stops being scary, just becomes oddly normal. Here's the thing that made me stop pretending it could be explained away by exhaustion or a draft, bad wiring. The webcam incident. I was a teenager at the time, chatting with my girlfriend online. Webcam up so she could see me fiddle with my hair so we could laugh at stupid stuff. The camera framed my shoulder, the stairwell on the left, the living room entrance on the right. My sister usually fell asleep in front of the TV and then shuffled up to bed later. Loud house, wooden stairs. You can't miss it. Except my girlfriend and I both watched the webcam when we saw my sister walk from the couch up the stairs, which was a mind bender, because there was no sound. I didn't say anything, I just got up, tiptoed to the living room to check because it felt like the rule. If the house is doing weird, check the obvious first. She was passed out on the couch, exactly where she had been. I sat back down and asked my girlfriend, "Did you see that?" She said, "Yeah. Someone went up the stairs. Pretty sure it was your sister." We compared notes, blinked at each other, and then carried on as if it was the most practical thing in the world. But there was another time. All of us were loading into the car to go somewhere. My mom and I already buckled, my sister still inside. She finally walks out and gets in like nothing. She looks at me like I'm nuts. Later she says, "I yelled up the stairs, 'We're leaving,' and I heard you yell back, 'Okay, I'll be down in a minute.'" I'd been sitting in the car the whole time. Nobody in the house had heard anything until she walked out. She swears she saw me. She swears that I answered. But I was in the car the whole time. Those are small ones. There are others that read more like touch memory than sight. My mom woke up one night convinced that someone was standing at the foot of her bed, tapping her foot. She says whoever it was faded out after a couple of seconds, but that it looked like me. I once woke up and had the sensation of someone tucked under the covers, pressed up against me, the way that my girlfriend used to. When I muttered, the blanket visibly deflated, like a hand withdrawing air. The pressure was gone. I never saw a face, just the shape of a being there and then not there. The weirdest that probably still gives me pause, after I was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes and was carrying a little black kid everywhere, I went back to base after a holiday leave. My mom texted me the next day, "Is this yours?" and attached a picture of a black zip pouch with a diabetic kit tucked outside my sister's bedroom window, propped there like someone had placed it deliberately. My sister's room is on the second floor. No one in my extended family has diabetes. I'd never seen that kit, not that one, before. Someone had set a kit that matched my life in a place that made no sense. But when things happen enough, you try to categorize them. I read the folklore, doubles as omens, twin phantoms, reflections gone rogue. I read the rational stuff too. Sleep paralysis, hypnagogic hallucinations, memory confabulation. All of that can and does explain some occurrences. But it doesn't explain a webcam recording two people watching the same impossible thing happen. Or this mysterious kit appearing like a calling card on a second floor sill. There's this gap between what I can prove and what keeps happening. What's happening the most is that I stopped absorbing the word scared. Fear is for things that you don't understand and think will harm you. After a decade of this, the weirdness settled into a smaller category. Curiosity with a low-level annoyance. Like, okay, the world occasionally splices in a scene from someone else's life and plays it in my living room. You shrug. You check the obvious. You leave a light on. You live. But I'd be lying if I said I wasn't creeped out. The fact that they resemble or mimic the ones you love, it's strange. So I guess the acceptance doesn't mean I've stopped wondering. If the house is making copies, what purpose do they serve? Are they warnings? Just echoes? Or is the house using people who live there like pages in a book that it keeps rereading? Once in a quiet moment, My sister and I sat at the kitchen table, and we listed what we could remember. The exact words, the cadence of voices that weren't there, the small favors done that no one asked for. There was no consensus. Only pattern was the doubles were precise, down to the tiny things that make a person distinct. Their laugh, the way they say, okay, the half phrase that you always use when you're sleepy. I've told this to friends in bar rooms, strangers on online threads. Some people get upset on my behalf. Some people don't believe me. And some people want to offer scientific explanations and diagrams. A small number of folks write back with their own half-believed memories. A hand on an ankle, a neighbor's voice from the closet, a shadow that looked exactly like an uncle who died 20 years ago. There's a community, obviously, for this sort of thing. Weirdly human and comforting. You trade stories, feel less alone. The other thing is, the house doesn't seem malicious. The copies don't tear the curtain or try to drive us out. They're just small, domestic, annoyingly intimate. That's what unsettles me, though. The way whatever this is chooses to mimic ordinary life. It doesn't threaten. It infringes. It takes your kit and puts it on the sill. It sends you a delayed, I'll be down in a minute, from an empty stairwell. It sits under your covers long enough to have the sort of body memory you can't explain. There's been times at night that I'll just stand at the top of the stairs and listen. The house hums with gravity and the slow, habitual noises of people who have lived there for too long. If you've ever made peace with a quirk in a partner, a weird laugh, an annoying bedtime habit, you understand the tone. It's a mixture of affection and irritation. You accept it because leaving would be a different kind of loss. So, I live with it. I keep my kit zipped when I'm home. I leave the webcam facing down sometimes because I like the privacy of not being watched, even by the house. When something happens, I check, I catalog, I tell the story later over a beer or in a thread. The house keeps making its mirrors, and I just keep living. I'm not brave exactly, but I'm not foolish either. I suppose I'm just tired enough to have stopped being surprised. Occasionally, I wonder if these kinds of things are a kindness in their own crooked way. A second chance to answer before the person actually walks into the room. A reflection that calls your name and waits politely for a reply. Or maybe they're just the house's way of cataloging us for its own private reasons. I don't know. I no longer expect a satisfying explanation. I only expect the next odd thing to show up in the doorway, like someone who's late for dinner and apologizes for the disturbance. Does that make me less afraid? Probably. Mostly it just makes me conversational about the fact that our lives are apparently recyclable. I was acquitted for manslaughter back in '98 for my participation in an exorcism. The charges were reduced from murder, then dropped after the jury was able to hear my testimony. Before my defense, if you were to simply read my case on paper, all of it would be too much to take in and digest fully. Even the reporters I first talked to couldn't wrap their minds around what I told them. It was against my best judgment talking to them. The things I said in the interview were taken out of context. Some of the answers I'd given were altered to better fit the narrative that the reporter was hoping that they could use to sell papers with. I believe accountability is the seed that grows character. And although my reasoning could be misinterpreted as excuses, I took full responsibility for everything that occurred. I was in charge of everything, and because of my poor judgment, I deserved to be stripped of my position in the church. Even if they hadn't requested my compliance, I was already planning on stepping down because the things I witnessed firsthand were enough to shake me to my core. Everything was documented in the exorcism's official ledger of accountability and confirmed by my assistant Adam as true. Claims and documents that weren't deemed admissible or shared in the court. Documents that would have drastically cut the length of my trial, and therefore the time that I spent sitting in a cell waiting to see a judge. The story was suppressed, and I was the lamb they chose to sacrifice in order to hide the truth. It's extremely easy to gaslight and pathologize a story of this nature. How could you not? If I was just some everyday Joe that worked in an office with no background in this specific religious field, I wouldn't believe it either. I wouldn't want to believe it. It feels better that way. It's safer to think that monsters aren't real because fake things can't hurt you. So, when you look at the case from a skeptic's point of view, you'll jump to other more grounded conclusions when questioning how two people lost their lives during an exorcism. It requires no effort for the church to cover things up in that rural township. The same cops that bring their families to church every Sunday are the very cops getting paid to look the other way, to tamper with evidence and influence the congregation's policies. After I was let go, I was harassed daily by the roving gang of local law enforcement. They would pull me over for any infraction they could find. Often they couldn't find one, so they'd make it up, giving me tickets for anything, just to simply waste my time, show me who was in charge. I'd like to say that I was brave and stood up to the bullying, and for a year I did, but it exhausted me physically and spiritually. And I realized I wasn't gaining anything by standing my ground, and they had no plans on welcoming me back to the community. Their agitations grew increasingly more violent. The straw that broke the camel's back was when I heard my front window get shattered in the middle of the night. I walked out into the living room, and the carpet was covered in glass. Through the shards of glass, still stuck in the window frame, I can see a car accelerate out of an exhaust plume that had collected around the tires while it had been idle. I watched stunned as the taillights shrank into the dark. Then I moved my gaze back to the foreground. There was nothing left of my front window. A football-sized rock with a note taped to it had glitterized glass into my carpet. The note was written in black Sharpie, ending with 3 cartoonish exclamation points. It said, "Call the cops." I stayed awake the rest of that night in fear that they'd come back and have full access to me with the giant hole they'd created. The very next day, I'd make a few calls and spend 6 months quietly working with an out-of-town realtor to sell my house. Then in '99, I filled as many of my worldly belongings into a single suitcase and took a Greyhound in the middle of the night. And 3 days later, I'd be in Georgia, spend the next couple of years getting back on my feet, working odd jobs, living with a charitable cousin that took pity on me until I could reinvent myself again. I say reinvent purposefully, because who I was is not who I am today. To a certain extent, it's good for everyone to say that, you know? Growing from who you used to be is healthy. I heard a joke that says, if you run into an old friend and they say you haven't changed one bit, that's not a compliment. It's not referring to your kindred spirit. In nice words, that's their way of telling you that since high school, your maturity level maintained consistent and how through you, they can see how far they've come comparatively. My reinvention didn't come from peaking in high school. On the contrary, I wouldn't say I had any sort of peak in high school, not even an incline. I focused diligently on my faith and studies, believing wholeheartedly what my purpose was on this planet. I was to serve God and spread His word however I could. To become an ordained priest, I did 4 years of undergraduate philosophy, theology, and an additional 4 years of seminary training. I passed with flying colors in my psychology screening and received my ordination by a bishop that I'll leave unnamed. The same bishop authorized me as a diocesan exorcist and formally assigned me to my district. In my apprenticeship, we didn't receive a single request for our assistance, and I spent most of my time memorizing the Ritual Romanum. It's our rule book for exorcisms. It would be long after my apprenticeship had ended that I'd receive my first real summon. The church didn't take every exorcism call we received. There was a strong vetting process to rule out the slew of other reasons an individual could believe they or a family member might be possessed. Needless to say, I was genuinely surprised when the church called upon my services. I now had an apprentice under me at the time, the young man I previously referenced as Adam. Small in stature, Adam reached only 5'4". In another life, he would have made a most successful career as a horse jockey with a slim frame that weighed 120 pounds, soaking wet. Taking him along with me was the first error I'd made that night. Even before we got to the house, there was a nervous pit in my stomach, one that I didn't tell Adam about. I was the lead priest, an expert in the field. So I paused to ask you what your definition of an expert is. I debated that question silently the entire trip there. See, during the philosophical chapters of my studies towards mastery, I read about Plato's allegory of the cave. Then, years later, I was reminded of this thought experiment as I sat in the passenger seat to our destination. When we arrived, the family already had the girl restrained to a wooden chair. She looked to be around 13 years old. I'm going to call her Katie. It was only the three of them living there: Mom, Dad, and Katie. The temperature inside the house was freezing. When we walked in, it was difficult to remain professional and ignore the state of the house. The walls were littered with holes and scratches. The smell of death hung in the air. We watched as Katie thrashed around in her chair, desperately trying to free herself. I approached her, and I said, "My name is Father B. I'm here to help you. Do you understand me?" Katie replied with a guttural tone that would have been impossible for a child to produce. It would be difficult for an adult to reach an octave this low, if not professionally trained as a baritone singer. She tilted back and laughed. Her eyes rolled into the back of her head. The parents anxiously whispered behind me, clutching holy medals and pacing. While Adam dims the lights and sets 4 candles in the corner of the room, I placed a chair directly facing the girl, about 3 or 4 feet away. Then Adam stood behind me, holding the ritual book. Before the beginning rite, I tell the family, when I begin, you may hear things that frighten you. You must not speak unless I ask. You must not touch her. And under no circumstances should anyone unfasten these restraints. I then began to perform invocation prayers designed to draw the demon out more. Katie stopped laughing, and for a brief moment the house was eerily silent. Her breathing shifted, and all of the candle's flames leaned in towards her. Her head tilted forward again, her eyes still rolled white. A line of red blood trickled from the corner of her mouth like drool. The deep voice returned, and her teeth were stained red with blood when she spoke. Her comments were directed towards Adam, addressing him by his name that had yet to be introduced. It made me proud how strong he was. In the true face of evil, Adam didn't shake. Next, I took out my holy water and gently sprinkled droplets over her, which gave an immediate response. Katie recoiled with ferocity, enough to break the back leg of the chair. The skin that was touched by holy water turned red and blotchy. I could hear the parents' fears start to rise as I started to sing the litany of saints. Adam responds with his ritual lines. The chair Katie's still tied to then started to shake and rattle on the ground in front of us. This is not the actual exorcism yet. What Adam and I did was successfully stir the nest. Now the exorcism could begin. My years of studies were put to the test, and I executed them with precision. Lifting up my crucifix, I said, "I command you, unclean spirit, in the name of Jesus Christ, reveal yourself." When Katie replied, her voice was a little girl's again. She started crying in hysterics, begging her mom and dad to untie her. They were gut-wrenching pleas for help, but nobody moved. Soon her voice was again replaced by a low, demonic growl. It laughed and accused the dad of previous infidelities, along with a flurry of other supposed vicious family secrets. Whether they were lies or issues that were ignored, neither parent budged from where they were standing. I'm going to refer to Katie as the demon now, because what I was dealing with was no longer a little girl. The demon had fully taken over Katie's body. I'd underestimated its power, and none of the books that I'd spent years studying could have prepared me for what happened next. With a wave of her left hand, the demon happily showed us that the fall did in fact allow her freedom from the restraints. Then she started rapidly digging at her other restraints, ripping the ropes along with the skin of her forearms with the nails of her freed hand. That's when I had to get on the ground to try to restrain her again, but her strength was overpowering. It took both Adam and the dad having to help hold her arms and legs as the demon kept putting up a fight. My attention was focused on tying her arms up again. What happened next was Adam's account. He says that he looked up and saw that all of the candles that we'd lit were now levitating in their respective corners. The candles looked like they were all on strings, hanging in the air. Then, they all fell down from the sky, lighting the curtains and anything else they touched on fire. I could feel the heat, but wasn't aware of how fast it was spreading. Adam told the mom to go outside, call the fire department. But he says that she just stood there, like she was in a trance, breathing deeply, inhaling the black smoke until she collapsed. Seeing that, Adam had the wherewithal to not only get their house phone amongst the flames, but as he was calling emergency services, he was able to drag the mother outside. The dad and I remained inside, struggling to wrap the rope around the demon's arm as they bit and scratched at us. I could feel the heat of the fire getting close to me. It felt like my skin was starting to cook. I let go of the demon. I grabbed the dad by the shoulder, trying to pull him or at least signal that we needed to leave. But as soon as I let go, the demon got him in a headlock and squeezed. Nothing I did would have freed him from her grasp. With my last breath of oxygen, I was able to crawl out. Adam pulled me the rest of the way when he saw me exit the threshold of the smoky front door. My brain went into autopilot after that. The last thing I remember was Adam dragging me into the cold dew of the grass. I was told that I remained awake, that the police arrived to a house fire, 2 dead bodies, one of that being a child, and a priest shouting prayers in Latin and bleeding in the front yard. I was the lead. I took full responsibility for what happened. I gave Adam my house keys and told him that I have cats that he needed to feed. Then, the police arrested me. The prosecutors argued that the candles, my candles, were the true weapon that night. Ritual paraphernalia, they called them. A careless priest, an unstable girl, an open flame. A recipe for tragedy they insisted any reasonable man would have foreseen. They badgered me on the stand about procedure, protocol, evacuation plans, why Latin, why stay so long in a burning house, Why continue a right instead of abandoning it? Every answer I gave only seemed to make me sound more unhinged. At least that's what I thought. But my lawyer took a different approach. He didn't try to make me sound heroic. He didn't even try to make me sound competent or convince the jury of demons. He argued that in a world of religious intervention, recognized by the state, authorized by the church, there exists a gray zone where intention supersedes methodology. He brought up obscure cases from the 50s, the 70s, times when courts reluctantly acknowledge that spiritual practice sits outside the neat lines of secular judgment. In that gray zone, he said, I'd acted accordingly to training, even if the results were catastrophic. The jury didn't absolve me. I could see it in their faces when the verdict was read, but they didn't condemn me either. So they chose the only option left. They let me walk out of that courtroom with a life that didn't feel like mine anymore. But they did let me walk out. I'm not interested in discussing what I'm about to tell you in a deeper retrospect. It is what it is, and I don't really care to think about how life could be different if I didn't know. My father was a medic in the war. When he came back, instead of furthering his medical education to become a doctor, he used his inheritance to purchase a bar in South Jersey. He was never affiliated with the mob, but he did on occasion associate with a few members that would go to his bar to drink. They were all on good terms. This was near Avalon in the late 60s. One night, when I was 16, I think it was a Tuesday, I know it was a school night, my father came home covered in blood. He looked over at me and said to go get him a towel and my mom, so I did what I was told. For some reason, when I saw him, I knew it wasn't his blood, that it belonged to one of my dad's associates. On typical nights, he got home around 4 a.m. after locking up the bar. But this night, he came home a few hours earlier. When my mom saw him, she almost fainted. My dad caught her and got blood all over her nightgown. I don't think he knew how bad he looked when he came in. He tells her, Pepper. Pepper's the name he called my mom. He goes, Pepper, calm down. It's not my blood. When she heard that, her demeanor switched from anguish to rage. When she knew my dad hadn't been hurt, that's when she got an attitude about the trail that he'd made that led from the front door to the kitchen. Both of us asking him what happened. Whose blood is that? But before my dad explains, he looked at me. I guess his parental signals were firing off because he tells me that I'm not missing school tomorrow, no matter what, no matter how tired I am, and I need to get my ass to bed. So I did as I was told. Right when I shut my door, I had my ear pressed against it, trying to listen to what my dad was telling my mom. I couldn't hear good enough, so I took the risk. I cracked my door, and I listened from the hallway atop the stairs. This is the story I heard. That night, my dad had just cleared everybody out of the bar. His bartender was sick that night, so it was only him taking out the trash and locking up. Somewhere in between those things, someone starts banging on the glass front door. My father ignored them, though, thinking it was just a couple of drunks who'd missed last call. Then, whoever was on the other side of the door addressed him by name. Along with the banging, someone was shouting, Marco, open up. It's an emergency. When he unlocked the door, 3 men entered his establishment. One of the men were being carried by the other 2. They told my dad to clear the pool table so they could lay the man down. All of them were dirty. He said it looked like they'd rolled down a dirty hill in tailored suits. The man laying on the pool table was the worse for wear. He was the one bleeding. When they laid him on the pool table, one of the men went to use the bar phone, while the other handed my dad what he thinks is a long rifle bag. The man tells him to put it in the freezer. The front room of the bar has dim lighting, and he didn't realize until he was actually setting the object down that it wasn't a bag with a long rifle. It was a human leg. cut from the thigh, shoe and pant leg still on it, like a mannequin at the store. When he was fighting overseas, my dad witnessed unspeakable carnage that probably changed the genetic makeup of his brain, because after he dropped the leg in the freezer, he immediately got materials to make a tourniquet. I mean, I was still stuck on this part of his story, and he was fully moving on. He goes out to the pool table and starts trying to get it around what's left of this guy's leg while asking everyone what happened. But all the other two guys kept saying was that he was attacked by something. The area where the leg had come off was cut clean. The skin hadn't been torn apart or burnt like what you would see from explosions. As the one man slowly bled out on the table, the other two men argue back and forth about what they'd seen. These were tough guys, gangsters, and both of them, by my dad's description, looked like they were genuinely shaking in their boots from the experience. The man on the table was still conscious and writhing in pain. My dad gave him a bottle of liquor to help ease it in some way. There was no doubt in his mind that the man was going to die. A few minutes later, more headlights brighten up the bar's interior before the car turns off, and the men's boss comes running in with two more goons. He says their doctor's on the way, and then he asks, "Where's Marvin?" Apparently, the group started with 4 members that night. Now one's missing, and another's dying on the pool table. He demanded to know what happened. They completely ignored my dad as he continued to work on the man, using all the knowledge he obtained in the military. The 4 men were unloading cargo from a truck by the vineyards on Highway 47. They were moving boxes in complete darkness. No headlights. Nobody's even allowed to smoke when they do these runs. And from what my dad heard, this transport run happened relatively often. Nothing was out of the ordinary about that night, until one of the guys saw what they thought was a flashlight heading their direction. He tells everyone to hide. All of them find their spots behind the truck out of view from the approaching light. Instinctually, they collectively loaded and readied their guns, thinking it was the cops or another crew. Anyone out there at night would be seen as an opposition and treated accordingly. They're staring at this growing ball of light from their hidden spots, and what they've perceived as an approaching light was only growing in size, not distance. It was already much closer than they'd originally thought. What began the size of a firefly morphed and expanded to the size of a bowling ball. Then it opened, like a window sliding up. They didn't know what to do. All of them slowly abandoned their hiding spots to get a closer look. The air around it felt electrically charged. As it opened, it sizzled like a car battery. On the other side of the window, they could see a completely different landscape. There were no stars in its sky, and the trees that surrounded them didn't populate the area being shown. They scanned the ground on the other side as their point of view dilated, and what they saw was a partially eaten deer carcass. Then, one of the men said a woman appeared from the other side. She was beautiful, dressed in all white. It looked like the long, flowing robe she wore glowed like the electric window that had opened up. They thought that she was an angel or something. When she came into view of the opening, it grew until it reached the grass. Then, the woman stepped through and over to their side. She stepped over the glowing line with grace. It was like she knew they were going to be there, and she was waiting to reveal herself. A member in the group called Gio took the first step towards her with his gun raised. He was yelling, telling her to identify herself. But she just stared at him. So he took another step towards her. Mid-step, she moves at him with insane speed, and they see her limbs are much longer than any normal person. Her hands, her fingers, were pointed and sharp. Not like her fingernails, but the fingers themselves resembled claws. It was a flash of movement in the blink of an eye. By the time Gio finished his second step, He went to put pressure on it, and his leg slid out from under his hip. When he fell, the remaining 3 unloaded every round they had into the woman. She wasn't able to move faster than bullets, and she fell to the grass backwards. But she's still alive. She was still moving, crawling, trying to get back to her side of wherever she'd come from. Marvin, another member of the group, reloads his .38 and follows her in. He stood over her and put 4 more bullets in the back of her head to make sure she was dead. Then, the glowing window closed. It shrank back down to the size of a firefly and disappeared. Marvin was gone. Nobody knew what happened or what to do next. Gio started screaming, and the other 2 men sprang into action, grabbing him and his leg and getting the hell out of there. The story was unbelievable, but seeing Gio on the pool table made it undeniable. He said that they had to ditch the truck, and that's when the boss stops him. The doctor had just come into the bar and relieved my dad of his medical duties. The boss walked up to my dad, stuck a wad of cash into his pocket, while thanking him for allowing them to use his bar. And then he tells my dad to go home, that they'd clean up and lock up the bar before they go. This man was someone that you don't say no to, and my dad was exhausted. He got his stuff and did what he was told. The next day, when he went to open the bar, it looked just as it did before, maybe even cleaner than he'd always left it, aside from a missing pool table that they'd replaced with a better one the week following. It looked normal. Marvin never came home, and I think people just assumed what happened. I was never dumb enough to let anyone know what I knew. Not that it even fully made sense to begin with. My father's bar was blessed and protected by his associates' association all the way until he sold it. Sometimes I wish I'd talked to my dad about this story while he was still around, but I realize he doesn't know any more than I do. What made you quit your most recent job? This was such an oddball question, a real scroll slower, probably because it related to my situation so incredibly I couldn't move on. When I read it, I knew my answer right away, and well, here we are. Morning, friends, I'm Addie. I've always been an early bird, and I appreciate structure and routine. Speaking with therapists, I have a lot of abandonment issues that have led me to treat relationships and jobs like an oath in blood. I've cut people off that probably didn't deserve it while keeping people close that were toxic from the start. It's the same for my employment history too, sort of. I've never had a meltdown at my place of work, but I have stayed in positions that made me want to ride the elevator to the top floor and jump from the roof. And yet, every morning I'd get up, get dressed, and go there, simply because I hated change. I hate feeling like the now will soon be something else. There's a story about King Solomon and his search for a ring, one that when he wore it and gazed upon it, if he was happy, the sight of it would make him sad. But when he feels the weight of the world on his shoulders and the sun forgets to rise, the ring will fill him with joy once again. He offered 1 bag of gold for the one who could obtain such a ring and bring it to him. It seemed as though he'd given an impossible task to anyone who volunteered. Over the days, he was brought rings from all around, most of them adorned with expensive jewels and rubies. Some changed colors depending on the amount of light it was given. All of them were rejected by the king. Seeing all these beautiful rings being tossed aside led one of his followers to think about the obscure request in a different way. And when he did, he knew exactly what to do. He went out and purchased a cheap wooden ring from a small shop in town. Then he went down a couple of doors and had it engraved. And when he presented this ring to King Solomon, the inflated smile he wore slowly melted into a frown. And with that, he told one of his guards to fetch the peasant his reward. What was engraved on the ring that the king was so moved by would later be revealed to say, this too shall pass. I thought about this a lot in my job, like a reminder. Both good and bad times are temporary. It served as a source of comfort and perspective for me during difficult periods. So back to the question, what made you quit your most recent job? The funny thing is, I did that today. I felt so much guilt. I work at a preschool for the deaf. The staff there is composed of a few deaf teachers and a few hearing, all fluent in ASL. It's not a big facility, and because of the special needs of the students, it's difficult finding qualified candidates. We're constantly low-staffed and filling in for each other. It gets wearing on the spirit knowing that you're only waking up and getting dressed because you're obligated to your own personal work ethic. And that's the thing. My coworkers bust their asses off just like I do. It takes all of us to open the doors every morning. Not physically, but you get what I'm saying, I hope. I feel terrible leaving the team, and I can say that I really did like everyone I worked with, and the pay was really good, almost double my last job. But this school is so fucking haunted, and I'm so fucking sick of feeling scared when I'm alone making lesson plans. Things are always falling off of shelves, cabinets are always open when I swear I just closed them. Try blaming that on a kid when they're out at recess. You can't, and then you get real shivery and try everything in your power not to hop on your bike and ride home. Not to. This place was biking distance from my house. It was literally my dream job, but I couldn't do it anymore. Sometimes the kids would notice the toys moving on their own. That was a regular occurrence. This Toy Story dinosaur in particular kept turning its head to look at us while we were having circle time. When we'd have our cleanup song and put everything away at the end of the day, I'd take the kids to their parents' pickup. And when I'd go back to the classroom, that one T-Rex would always manage to find its way back to the middle of the carpet. None of the other teachers seem to have things happen, or at least they're not admitting it. Maybe it's just my classroom. This is or would have been my second year teaching there. The first year, I didn't experience any activity. Over the summer, they did a lot of construction from the grant, and the old building that's been around since 1970 got a whole new renovation. Returning this year, we had a chance to get our classrooms ready before the kids came in the following week. When I walked into my room and saw the touch screen and everything, all new countertops, sinks, cubbies, all of it, it was insane, all the technology upgrades they expected us to learn and get down in a week, but it was exciting. And then we had one more staff meeting in the cafeteria the night before the first day of school. It goes a little late with all the questions that we had about how to use the new equipment, and by the time the meeting adjourns, it's dark out. Before the meeting, I'd accidentally left my laptop plugged into the charger in my classroom, and I needed to go back and get it. The buildings are laid out in an L shape. The cafeteria is located at the center of the L, and my classroom is at the top, opposite the front doors. The double doors at the end of my hallway lead to the playground. With it being after hours, most of the hallway lights were off, and all the classroom lights were off except mine. I remembered turning them off before I'd left for the meeting, but I was also walking back to grab a laptop I'd forgotten. I could have easily bobble-brained the lights as well. Who knows, right? But as I got closer to the room, the lights turned off. I must have been preoccupied with what I was going to do after I left the school because I didn't think of it past, that was weird, before the next thought pushed the anomaly out. As I walked through the doorway, I flipped on the lights and headed toward where my laptop was plugged in. But before I got there, I heard the sink turn on in our hand-washing station. The new sinks are motion-censored, and I was pretty sure I couldn't set it off from that far away, but it's possible. When I get to my desk, I have to climb under to unplug the laptop from the power strip. While I'm under my desk, I hear the sink turn on again. This time, I know there's no way I could have done it, and my heart starts to beat a little faster. I look up from the desk at a sleek rectangular faucet as it continues to spit water. That side of the room was darker, and when the sink turned off, I saw the red sensor on the bottom of the faucet, and realized whether the sink was going or not, that red light should have still been visible. So what I had just watched was something unblock the sensor. I got chills and quickly exited that evening. The new school year begins, and throughout these past 4 months, the little stuff with the toys and the cabinets started happening. It felt like the energy had soured in my classroom. I dreaded waking up to go to that place every day. Sometimes I'd be sitting at my desk and suddenly feel an overwhelming wave of sadness for no reason. I became depressed. I've been depressed. It's been like something has been feeding off my normally bright and positive energy since the school year started. But I couldn't abandon my team, so I continued to go. But last night tipped me over the edge, and nothing could have gotten me to go back. It's conference week, and thankfully this was the last family I was scheduled to meet with. Both parents are hard of hearing and didn't hear the toys and books falling on the floor behind them. But I could see it all. I knew something was going to happen when they left. I anticipated it. I couldn't tell if the family felt anything, but the energy felt heavy when we all walked in, like walking into a sauna. The air was thick, but not by water molecules. As the meeting wrapped up, I tried to stall the family as long as I could so I wouldn't have to be alone, but they eventually did leave. I walked them to the front doors and locked them when they were out. I thought about following them out and hopping on my bike as well, but I knew I couldn't. I was the last one there and I needed to lock everything up before I left. Up to that point, I wasn't planning on quitting. My goal was to get in, get out, but that couldn't be further from what happened. When I got back into the classroom, I hurried to pick up the toys that fell, and of course, the T-Rex was laying furthest away from the other toys. I felt it move in my hands when I picked it up. It was such a disturbing sensation, I reactively threw it away from me, and the plastic leg broke. I should have thrown it away long ago, but now it actually had a legitimate reason to meet the trash bin. Not wanting to touch it again, I laid the bin on its side and gave the dinosaur a kick in. Right after doing that, my classroom door slammed incredibly loud. You know how heavy those school doors are. It shook the walls and scared me enough to lose my balance. The shock of it put me on my ass and got me so mad, almost as mad as I was scared. But when I got to my feet, I didn't have time to fixate on the door because the rocking chair I keep in our library area began rocking back and forth. Every interval, its speed increased until it fell forward with another loud crash. And that's when I said, fuck it. That mix of anger and fear was now just fear. Whatever this was enjoyed fucking with me, and I was all done. So I quit. Do I feel guilty? Absolutely. But do I feel better? 100%. Sometimes the toxic work environment is supernatural. But either way, don't stay at a place that makes you feel awful, regardless the reason. Life is too short, and then we're just a ghost haunting a school. So live your best one. Dear new neighbors, greetings, we're the Wagner family. As some of you may have noticed, all those moving trucks blocking up Opal Street last month, we're in the small brick house at the end of the block. We're looking forward to meeting everyone in person at the next HOA meeting. That being said, I was hoping someone on here could tell me a little bit more about Opal Street. Part of our appeal for the neighborhood was because it's one of the last streets that hadn't been touched by modern architecture. I'm sure our house in particular is one of the oldest, assuming they built outward from the cemetery line. Please feel free to correct me if I'm wrong on that. This brings me to my first question. I noticed a few of the houses next to ours have small plaques outside their house that says National Register of Historical Places. Our house has to be as old as the other two houses that sport the award. Is it worth registering for? And if so, how would I go about that? Also, the cemetery. We haven't had the chance to take a walk and really explore the beauty that this area has to offer, so I'm not sure how far the graves stretch. But every night, we can see a light patrolling around in there. We're all for security and safety. I'm just wondering if the cemetery's upkeep was paid for by our HOA funds, or if there were any special rules regarding decorating the fence if it lines your yard. Thank you for your time, and we'll see you all at the first Tuesday of next month. Sincerely, the Wagners. Reply. Dear Wagner family, I hope you don't mind me reaching out directly. It's unlikely you'll receive a comment on the community page. It was nice to see a new family around here. My name is Eric. I'm on the HOA board, and I've lived on this block for almost 6 years now. To answer your first question, if I'm not mistaken, your property did at one point have an NRHP plaque, but it was removed due to the loss of integrity. They had to do a lot of renovations before your house was ready to sell again, and I'm pretty sure my brother's landscaping crew did the work. Your realtor should have told you that the kitchen area was completely replaced, and I'm hoping that they told you why it had to be renovated. If they hadn't, long story short, the previous tenants had a pretty gruesome incident that we don't need to go further into. But congratulations, for better or for worse, your kitchen has brand new everything. If you're really curious, I'll tell you at the HOA meeting next week, next Tuesday. I don't know who checks this, and I really wouldn't want a child accidentally reading it. There's only a few people that attend our meetings, but they're the good ones. They'll be elated to have another normal family in the neighborhood. Saying normal sounds bad. Let's just say that most folks in this neighborhood like to keep to their own. Don't take it personal if you get some cold shoulders. This next. I feel like I should mention, but this is in no way meant to freak you out because it sounds worse than it really is, so please keep that in mind. But it will explain a lot about the vibe of this quiet stretch of houses. I'm pretty sure this was the late 70s, but there were whispers of a cult out here. I heard that we're smack dab in the intersection of two ley lines, and if you don't know what they are, it's a pseudo-hippie way of saying the energy's trippy around here and weird things happen. I don't know how much I buy into that personally, but what I do know is that before urban encroachment made its way to this area, all of these houses were part of a commune, and most of the members still live in the neighborhood and practice their rituals in the cemetery. This brings me to answering your other questions. No, the HOA has no control of the cemetery. It belongs to the church on the other side of the hill, and I wouldn't decorate the fence. I found it's best not to attract unnecessary attention from them. You should ask around at our meeting. People will be happy to share stories of what they've seen. Another word of warning: if you have children, I'd consider homeschooling them or transferring them to another district. The cult members have influential jobs in this town. The teachers indoctrinate the children with their cultish beliefs and normalize their power over the community. Our neighborhood has virtually zero crime. None of our homes have ever been broken into. The police are vigilant when it comes to protecting the cemetery and surrounding homes. That's one of the perks of living here, compared to the statistics of our closest town in any direction. That being considered, any internal disruption that us residents have, the police will 100% of the time side with their brothers and sisters of the cult. Thankfully, though, again, we all tend to keep to our own around here, so quarrels are very few and far between, and for the most part avoidable. Recognize who they are. Do your best to ignore them. What someone told me when I first moved in: think of them like honeybees. They're a huge contributing part of our ecosystem here, and they're trying to avoid you way more than you'll try to avoid them. But if you go out of your way to disturb them, the hive will act together in order to relieve its tension. I can't express enough, though, how unlikely this is to happen. You'll quickly understand the do's and don'ts around here. Do make sure to put your trash and recycling out every Wednesday. Don't go poking around the graveyards or other places that you don't have legitimate reasons for being in. We have designated hiking trails if you're looking for cardio sessions. Do use those. Don't stray from the paths. The woods are vast and people have gone missing when they've wandered off. Wow, This was a long introduction, all to simply say that we look forward to meeting the Wagner gang next Tuesday at the HOA meeting. Address of the venue is at the bottom. Please bring all your questions there and we'll be happy to enlighten you on everything there is to know about this sleepy little neighborhood we share. Be well, Eric. Second reply. Do not trust Eric. Get an encrypted browser. Local IPs are monitored. Unsafe to correspond on this. Do not reply. If you were born after 2000, cassette recorders existed. They ate batteries, hissed, and made everything sound like it lived behind glass. That matters because hearing something on tape has a texture to it. It feels recorded into time, like a fossil of sound. It was one of those useless summer nights. My cousin Mark's place always smelled like incense and whatever he'd been frying earlier. The living room had a thrift store couch, a lamp with a crooked shade, and a bookshelf for things that nobody wanted to throw away. 7 of us were there. Me, Mark, Jen and her vintage band tees I always wanted to steal, and 2 biker shop dudes and their girlfriends. They always seemed to find their way there when we were offering pizza. We found this recorder in the closet. Plastic, faux walnut veneer, a little red recording button that glowed when you pushed it. Nobody knew whose it was, and someone said, "Let's record a seance." Half derisive, half hungry for something different. We put the recorder on the coffee table and set it to record. We lit a single candle because rituals took part when there was wax and smoke, right? We pretty much did anything we'd seen. Circle, holding hands, even when it felt funny, and we asked simple questions into the room. Is there anyone here with us? If you are, what's your name? The first time the candle flickered and went out, there was this soft, ordinary puff that made Jen squeal, and 2 people laughed nervously. Nobody heard a voice. Nobody heard footsteps or whispers. The power of the moment was mostly the silence that followed. Someone joked to break the tension, and then we let it die down. But I stayed. There was a smaller group after some left because it was late and they had to work. Nobody pressured anyone. When people got creeped out, they left. But Mark and I and Jen were stubborn. After a while, the mood turned more curious than scared. We drank less and listened to the little clicks on the recorder. At 3 a.m, with the candle melted low, we stopped the experiment because it felt like pushing our luck. We left the recorder sitting on the coffee table with the tape inside. People went to the couch, some to sleep, some to stare at their phones. Around 4, when the kitchen was cooler and the loud ones were gone, Mark propped himself up and said, "Play it back." Sounded like a waste of time at first, but the room did have that hush where anything could be treated as important. We'd stayed awake too long. The tape started with our laughter and the clumsy questions that we'd asked. Then, under the hiss, there's a voice. Not one of ours. It was thin and near, as if someone had put their mouth to the little speaker to speak inside your skull. "Hello," it said. We paused it and rewound and played it again because that's what you do, especially when the sound on the tape should be explainable. The voice answered some of the questions that we had asked earlier. Not everything. It picked and chose. When we'd asked for a name, it offered one, small, ordinary, like the kind a neighbor might have. Tim. When we asked, "Are you dead?" the voice answered simply, "Yes." The voice's replies, they followed our questions exactly. We hadn't heard any of it live, but they were clearly there. The room had been quiet except for that one candle puff. The recorder had captured something that none of us had perceived in the moment. We tried to paper over it. Maybe someone had taped over the cassette earlier with something we didn't know. Maybe the recorder had picked up a stray radio signal. We took the recorder into the kitchen and played the tape through a different speaker. Same voice. We played it on a phone with an adapter. Same voice. Like I said, the voice didn't answer everything. It refused some questions, offered small domestic details for others that made us look at each other because they were too particular. Mark's socks in a shoebox, a dog that used to bark at the gate. Maybe the most interesting part was the instruction that came before the candle went out. After an exchange of those half questions, a patient, flat voice said, "Stop now." Then, faint but unmistakable on the microphone, there was the sound of a candle exhale. The same soft, final breath that the candle had made hours earlier in the room. We had heard nothing live. The candle had gone out during the seance, we'd all heard that, but we had not heard a voice saying, "Stop now." The tape had both the voice and the candle's little pop. Jen's face went colorless. She was the one who'd found the recorder. She was also the one who, without much drama, said, "Burn it." She wasn't so much asking as she was demanding it. Nobody argued. I've told this story a few times over the years, on podcasts, late-night AM radio shows, even once to a group of students studying urban legends. But this will be my first time writing it down. But it happened in the fall of 1986. I was 12. My mom worked at a department store called Harrison's, one of those mid-size regional chains that doesn't exist anymore. It was the kind where the carpet always smelled faintly of perfume and dust, and the mannequins were old enough to have fingerprints baked into the paint. Every October, the store put together a small haunted attraction in the empty space beside the seasonal aisle. Cheap black curtains, fog machines, paper skeletons, that sort of thing. My mom helped coordinate the displays and costumes, so the week leading up to Halloween was always a blur of late nights and coffee. That year, Halloween fell on a Friday. I remember because I'd begged her to let me come help after school. She hesitated at first, but eventually gave in, probably figuring it was better than leaving me home alone. When we got there, the store was already closed to customers. The only lights were the harsh overhead fluorescents and the faint orange glow coming from the decorative lamps in the home section. The place looked different after hours, emptier, quieter. You could hear every sound, the squeak of a rolling rack, the distant hum of the refrigeration units in the break room, the click of my mom's heels on the tile. The mannequins were everywhere that night. Some were lined up near the front windows, waiting to be dressed for the holiday sale. Others were still posed around the haunted display, fake cobwebs, rubber spiders. They were old-school mannequins. No faces or features, just smooth, painted heads and stiff plastic fingers. They looked too human from a distance, but not human enough up close. My mom put me to work untangling strands of orange lights while she reorganized props for the next day. I remember humming along to whatever song was playing over the store's intercom, some soft rock ballad that had probably been looping for hours. Everything felt kind of cool until the intercom cut out mid-song, just click. Silence. My mom called out that she was going to the back room to check the breaker. I nodded and kept working. A few minutes passed. I was kneeling near the front display, wrestling a plug into an outlet, when I noticed one of the mannequins near the entrance looked off. It was facing the front doors before, but now it seemed angled towards me. I told myself I was imagining it. Maybe my mom bumped it when she walked by. But when I glanced again, it felt closer somehow. I laughed under my breath. "Okay, funny," I said out loud, expecting my mom to pop out from behind a rack. Nothing. I stood, brushed my hands off, and grabbed another strand of lights. And then I froze. The mannequin's head was tilted now. just slightly, but enough that the reflection from the overhead lights glared off its blank face. It was different than before. I remember the air feeling different all of a sudden, too, like the store's AC had shut off. My heart was hammering. I could feel it in my chest, in my throat, in my ears. I couldn't figure out why. I tried walking backwards and nearly tripped over a pile of costume boxes. When I looked up again, the mannequin was back in its original position, facing the front, perfectly still. I told myself that I was tired. I'd been at school all day, then straight here, and it was getting close to midnight. I turned the radio on my mom's workbench to drown out the quiet. It was just static at first, and then some local DJ talking about a Halloween parade downtown. It wasn't enough to drown out the sounds, though. First, I heard something soft, like something sliding across the tile. Not quite footsteps, more like a heavier object. "Mom," I called. No answer. Then the sound stopped and started again, closer. When I turned around, one of the mannequins that had been propped against the wall near the dressing rooms was now in the middle of the aisle, still upright, perfectly balanced. I stood there staring, waiting for it to fall or move, but it didn't. But then I noticed smudges on the floor, long, faint gray streaks, like something had been pushed or dragged. Once again, I stepped backwards, but I bumped into something, another mannequin, behind me. I hadn't even realized that something was that close. I spun around, and for a split second, I could have sworn that its arm was half raised. That broke me. I started running, bolted for the stockroom, yelling for my mom. She came running out, startled, asking what happened. I told her what I saw. She laughed nervously, but said maybe I'd bumped a display, freaked myself out. I wanted to believe her, so I just did. We stayed. She still had work to do, but I didn't leave her side. I remember just looking at all the mannequins, and eventually even that made me uneasy, and I found myself just facing away from them. Finally, we gathered our things to leave. As we walked out toward the front entrance, I glanced over my shoulder for the last time. The mannequins were all standing in a neat row, but they were facing us. I didn't say anything. Neither did she. We just walked up and left. The next morning when she came back to finish cleaning up, she told me something that still makes my skin crawl. All of the mannequins had been moved. Every single one. They weren't where we'd left them, where we'd seen them. And there were drag marks on the floor again, deep ones, leading all the way from the front display to the stockroom door. The manager thought that it was a prank, maybe some of the night crew messing around. But the security cameras didn't show anyone in the building between midnight and morning, and no activity, just them being in different places. Harrison's shut down a couple years later. The building's been turned into some kind of outlet now, but I haven't gone inside. I can't. People like to laugh when they hear this story. They come up with all kinds of explanations. Settling floors, vibrations, paranoia, imagination, whatever. And maybe they're right. Maybe my tired brain turned mannequins into monsters. But here's what I can't shake or explain. Mannequins don't balance themselves. When they're not on their stands, they shouldn't stand up. They certainly shouldn't be able to move and turn. And they did all of those things. I was, 12? And I saw them move. And my mother, she did too. I'm nearly 50 now, and I can't walk past one without looking twice. When I was a kid, my sister and I were the only girls on our road. It was a long stretch of rural land, 5 acres of trees, garden beds, and open field. And the neighborhood kids were almost all boys. We played outside constantly. We knew who belonged there. That's why it felt strange the moment the 2 girls appeared. They came walking up the driveway like they already knew where they were going. One was older, around my age, maybe 12, and the other was much smaller, no more than 6. The older girl did all the talking. She said that they were cousins of a family who lived down the road. They said that someone had told them that 2 girls lived here and that we might want to play. I remember thinking her explanation sounded rehearsed, like she'd practiced it. She smiled when she spoke, but it never quite reached her eyes. I can see that now. She suggested that we play house. That part felt normal enough, so we agreed, and she immediately started assigning roles, directing everything like she'd already decided how the game would go. My sister and the younger girl were sent off to make food, which meant mud pies and flowers. The older girl stayed with me to build the house. She chose a tree near the edge of the yard, tall, old, and solid. Without hesitation, she reached up and grabbed a branch. At first, I thought she was joking. Then she pulled. The sound was loud, sharp, violent, like a gunshot echoing through the woods. The branch snapped clean off and hit the ground with a heavy thud. This wasn't a small limb. It was thick, a proper branch thicker than my leg. She dragged it down and laid it out flat, smiling, and said casually, "That can be one of the beds." My stomach dropped. I remember standing there, trying to understand what I was seeing. She was thin, scrawny even. No muscles, no strain in her face. She hadn't braced herself or struggled at all. She hadn't even looked surprised by her own strength. She reached up again. Another crack, another branch. And that's when I felt fear. Not the kind that makes you scream, but the kind that tells you that something's wrong, on a level that you don't have words for yet. My dad heard it too. He was across the field, working in the garden. He loved his trees, protecting them like they were the living family. And when he heard the branches breaking, he came running, shouting for her to stop. She didn't. She kept pulling. My sister and the younger girl had stopped playing. The little one started crying, clutching her muddy hands to her chest. I noticed that the older girl's posture had changed. Her shoulders were square in a way that didn't look natural for a child. Her movements were too controlled and strange. My dad finally reached us, breathless and angry, and yelled again for her to stop. She turned to face him, and I swear, just for a second, her face wasn't right. Her eyes looked darker and deeper, like the light had fallen out of them entirely. Her mouth smiled, but her lips didn't move the way they should. Blink and you'd miss it, kind of subtle, but I saw it. My dad shouted, "In Jesus' name, stop." The girl tilted her head, and when she spoke, the voice that came out, it didn't belong to a child. It was low, flat, like it had been pushed through her throat from somewhere else. "We do not worship your God." Everything went quiet. The birds, the wind, even the crying stopped. My dad didn't hesitate. He rebuked immediately, commanding whatever was there to leave, to get off the property in Jesus' name. His voice shook, but not with fear. It was authority. The girl's expression snapped hard, like a switch being flipped. She grabbed the younger girl's hand and took off running like she was being chased. They tore down the long driveway faster than made any sense, nearly dragging the little girl behind her. My dad prayed the entire time, his words tumbling out as if he was afraid to stop speaking. At the edge of the property, where the driveway met the dirt road, the older girl stopped. She turned and looked back at us. That look, I still can't fully describe it. It wasn't anger. It was cold. Something old and cold. Like we'd interrupted something that she wanted us to know, and she'd remember it. Then she ran again. Faster than should be possible. My dad pulled my sister and me into his arms so hard it almost hurt. He kept thanking God over and over, his voice breaking. When he finally let go, he walked back to the tree. The branches lay where she'd dropped them. He tried to lift one. He couldn't. Not easily. His face changed when he realized how heavy they were. My dad was over 6 feet tall. Strong. Practical. Not a man given to exaggerations. He didn't say much after that. That wasn't the last strange thing I experienced growing up, but it was the first time I understood that sometimes evil doesn't announce itself with horns and fire. Sometimes it looks like a child. And I think sometimes, if you're paying close enough attention, you can see it, just for a moment, before it realizes you're watching. It's subtle, like the eyes, or the way their mouth moves, something, but it's there. It's odd, and sometimes I wonder if it's something that only children can see. I've never seen anything like it since, so I can't know for sure. I'm going to tell this story exactly as it happened, because if I try to polish it up, it sounds ridiculous. This was about 5 years ago, right after I'd left my ex and moved us into a tiny, beat-up rental house outside of Raleigh. It was cheap, and that's all that mattered. My son, Liam, was 3 at the time. I was working 2 waitressing jobs, pulling doubles, just exhausted all the time. The whole world felt tight and mean, like I was trying to swim up a waterfall. I had nothing left to give, but I had to keep going for him. Liam started talking about this nice lady. It happened whenever he was sick or having a rough night. He wouldn't cry for me. He'd just quietly call for her. He'd tell me that she sat with him until his tummy felt better, or that she helped him find his favorite stuffed animal. I figured it was a coping mechanism, a phase, but he'd mentioned these small gifts, simple things. One morning he woke up and was clutching this perfect, smooth river stone. I asked him where he got it. He said the nice lady gave it to me. We didn't live near a river. The next week, it was a small wooden block, but not a brightly painted one like his toys. It was plain, polished walnut. The one that really got me was the handkerchief. It was folded neatly on his pillow one morning, crisp white cotton, slightly yellowed with age, and embroidered with the initials SEM. It smelled faintly of old-fashioned soap and talcum powder. I asked Liam about it, and he just said, "She gave it to me so I wouldn't sneeze on my sleeve." I was touched, but completely stumped. Where were these items coming from? I was meticulously locking up. I searched the house, thinking maybe the owner had left some things in a drawer, but I found nothing. The climax happened late on a Friday night. I had worked 12 hours. My car had died in the parking lot, and the electric bill was due. I just hit a wall. I put Liam to bed, went into the living room, and collapsed onto the floor in front of the cold fireplace. I was crying the big, silent, chest-heaving sobs that steal your breath. I was done. And then I felt it. A light, steady pressure settled on my back right shoulder. It was warm, like a hand, but there was no weight. It was just comfort. I stopped crying and froze where I was, too terrified to move, but too wrapped up in the warmth to panic. Then a voice. It was soft, gentle, and a little thin, like old lace. It was right next to my ear. It said with such quiet conviction, "It's all right, Sarah. You're doing well, sweet girl. You're doing the best you can." The warmth stayed for a moment longer and then lifted away. I sat up completely alone, chills covering every inch of my skin. My name is Jessica. It's always been Jessica. I ran to the old tax records the next day. The house had been built in 1948. The couple who owned it from the mid-60s to the late 90s. What was their name? Sarah Ellen McDaniel. And her husband. The husband had died overseas, leaving Sarah to raise their son alone in the house. I don't really think that the woman who visited Liam was a malicious spirit or even a lost soul. She was stuck in her own beautiful, quiet routine, a spirit of nurture and survival. She wasn't comforting me, Jessica, the struggling mom. She was comforting the memory of herself, Sarah. I never heard the voice again, but I kept the handkerchief. I started feeling like maybe, just maybe, the weight on my shoulders wasn't all mine to carry. It was 1996. I was 22, fresh out of community college, and I needed the overnight job at the Ames Industrial Park warehouse. It was massive. Half a dozen empty, corrugated steel buildings, surrounded by chain link just south of the city limits. The graveyard shift, midnight to 8, was simple. Patrol the perimeters and check the bay doors. The pay was great, mostly because absolutely nobody wanted the isolation. The solitude was crushing. The complex was so far from any streetlights that the darkness there was total and suffocating. My only company was my walkie-talkie and the beam of my heavy-duty flashlight. The first week was normal, just the sound of my boots, maybe the occasional skittering animal. The second week, I started seeing the movement. They were shadow people, but not the quick, blurring kind you hear about. These were solid, human-shaped forms, utterly black, as if they were cutouts of pure shadow. They weren't scary in the traditional sense. They didn't have glowing eyes or sharp teeth. They were just there. I saw one on the east perimeter. It was standing by the abandoned loading dock, facing the wall. I shined my flashlight right at it. The beam went through it, but it didn't dissipate. It remained perfectly defined. Three-dimensional void. It was too tall to be a person, but too solid to be a trick of the eye. It didn't react. Then I saw a second one, and a third. They were lined up about 30 feet apart, moving with agonizing slowness toward the north end of Warehouse 4. They moved in silence, maintaining a uniform distance, shoulder to shoulder with the wall. This didn't seem like a haunting, more like a procession. Over the next few weeks, the sightings escalated. It wasn't just a few individuals anymore. It was a fleet. I started seeing them every night, and they were always engaged in some kind of bizarre, coordinated, and pointless activity. In Warehouse 2, I saw 8 of them standing in 2 perfectly straight rows of 4. They were simply facing each other, unmoving for hours. In the parking lot, I watched a line of about 20 shadow people. marching in a slow, precise spiral pattern, walking until the leader reached the center, and then the whole pattern would dissolve into the asphalt, only to reform 30 minutes later and start the loop again. And because of that, I was able to show somebody else. Did they admit they thought it was paranormal? Absolutely not. Were they terrified? For sure. One night, I saw a dozen of them standing along the ridge of the roofline, their silhouettes perfectly cutting the pale, starless sky. They stood there facing out, like guarding nothing. The lack of malice, I guess, made it more interesting than unsettling. They never looked at me. They never tried to chase me. They never made a sound. I could walk right up to them and they wouldn't break their stride or formation. They were simply doing a job that didn't exist for an eternity. I felt they were ghosts of routine, of forgotten, endless labor. I realized I wasn't witnessing a moment of tragedy. I was watching the fabric of the place, the silent bureaucracy of the dead. The true moment of terror for me happened about 3 months in. I was doing a patrol around the main administration building. I was nervous, scanning my flashlight beam, trying to stay ahead of the jitters. Suddenly I saw a shadow person across the yard, facing my direction. I stopped, it stopped, and for the first time, one of them broke formation. It appeared to be mimicking what I was doing. I knew this because as I tilted my head, I saw it do the same thing. I felt a profound, chilling sense of being recognized. Then I heard my walkie-talkie crackle, which made me jump. But it wasn't the dispatcher. It was a faint, muffled sound, like heavy paper rustling, and then a series of 2 quick, low-pitched clicks. The shadow person lifted an arm with impossible stillness. It moved its hand, a black cutout of a hand, as if it was waving me forward. Somehow, I was sure that I was witnessing the remnants of people performing tasks they'd been forced to do in life. They were moving inventory, standing for roll calls, making entries into registers that vanished decades ago. And the one who waved me forward, it wasn't threatening me. I guess more asking me to join the routine, inviting me to step into the formation. I didn't go near it because I'm not that brave, or maybe I'm just that smart. I quit that job a week later. I only ever showed the one person, and I've never really told the full story. How do you explain that you were haunted by a fleet of shadow accountants performing an eternal, pointless inventory? My job is a bit different. I'm a transcriptionist working long hours from a small home office downstairs. I'm usually down there for 10 or 12 hours a day. My only office companion is Flops, my brilliant blue betta fish, who lives in a medium-sized cylinder tank right on the corner of my desk. He's been there for over 6 months, a staple of my daily environment, and totally unremarkable, until last night. I'm telling you this ahead of time because I want to eliminate any rational explanation right away. My office is completely temperature controlled. No drafts or external air vents near the desk, and the tank has been in the exact same spot for half a year. It was about 11:30 p.m. I was making my final rounds before bed, which involves turning off the office lights and feeding Flops. I opened the door, and the light from the hallway spilled in, illuminating the desk corner. I saw Flops immediately. His silhouette was hovering completely still, slightly above the water level, right against the glass. The sight was so immediate and deeply interesting, my brain scrambled to fix it. My first thought was that he was stuck. Flops can be a little dramatic, and sometimes he presses himself against the side of the tank, maybe clinging to the air bubbles or a stray piece of food. I rushed over to get a better look. As I got closer, my rationalization instantly shattered. Flops was indeed completely still, but he was not in the water. He was fully outside of his container. He was about 3 inches away from the glass on the other side, floating in mid-air at the level where the water meets the lip of the tank. He was defying gravity. His little body was angled slightly, still and wet, suspended in the open air behind the tank, with nothing connecting him. I looked everywhere for some sort of thread or wire or piece of something that could have him in such a position, but he was simply levitating right beside his home. The shock hit me like a physical blow. I stood there, paralyzed. I was staring at this fish for maybe a minute, confirming the possible geometry in my head. Fish, air, glass, water. My heart was pounding, and a cold sweat broke out. Was he dead and somehow fixed to the spot? Was he pranking me? I gathered some courage and reached out my finger. I wanted to just touch the anomaly, prove to myself that he was physically there and not some optical hallucination caused by the curved glass. The moment my fingertips brushed his wet, cold side, the invisible force holding him instantly vanished. He didn't swim. He fell to the ground. There was this soft thud as his tiny body hit the hardwood floor beside the desk. I immediately dropped to my knees and scrambled to pick him up. I scooped the motionless, limp fish with my hands, and I put him back into the tank. I was convinced I'd just killed my pet by interfering with a paranormal physics experiment. But the moment he hit the water, Flops came alive. He zoomed to the bottom and then back to the surface, swimming around like nothing had happened. He looked perfectly fine. I have 0 answers. I don't know how he got out, and I certainly don't know what held him there. All I know is that for 1 minute, my fish defied the fundamental laws of nature. And the only proof I have is the dent in my certainty that everything in this world is governed by physics. The only imaginary friend I ever had was the ghost of my great-uncle. He wasn't much of a friend, and he hated my parents. I'm 36 now, but I still get cold when I think about that house. I spent under a few years, but it leaves its mark. My parents sold it about 20 years ago, but the memory of the sheer suffocating cold that permeated my bedroom, even in August, it's something I'll never shake. I'm submitting this because I've heard other stories on your show about imaginary friends, and I need to share what I know to be the true difference between a harmless playmate and a spirit looking for a vulnerable anchor. When I was 8, we lived in a large old farmhouse that my dad inherited. It was beautiful, but it had that perpetual, musty, quiet air of a place where a lot of life and a lot of death had happened. I was an only child and a quiet one. That's why my parents weren't immediately concerned when I introduced them to Mr. Shivers. Mr. Shivers was always in my room. That was his rule. He'd stand in the far corner near the antique cedar chest that had belonged to my grandmother. He was a tall, very thin man with hair the color of old newspaper and dark, sunken eyes that never seemed to blink. He wore a scratchy, old-fashioned suit, brown and ill-fitting. The name, Mr. Shivers, came from the intense, localized cold that followed him. If he walked across the room, it felt like the window had been thrown open in a snowstorm. My mom thought that it was adorable. Clara's little friend, she'd giggle, bringing me hot cocoa. My dad, bless him, would sometimes play along, asking, "Is Mr. Shivers going to behave himself today?" And for a while, I thought he was just my friend. We'd play chess, Connect Four, Though I was always the one moving the pieces, the fun evaporated quickly. First, it was the whispering. He never spoke out loud. He'd lean down and his mouth wouldn't move, but the words would just appear in my head. They started to become not nice things. They were warnings. Your father hates you. He'd tell me while I was doing my homework. He only pretends to love you. Your mother is going to leave you one day. You're too much trouble. He'd plant these ugly, poisonous seeds of doubt, and because I was 8, I had no defense against them. I started acting out, crying for no reason, withdrawing from my parents, which only made them frustrated and confused. Then the activity started to go beyond the boundaries of an imaginary game. I distinctly remember the first incident. I was building a massive Lego castle. I ran downstairs to grab a drink, and when I came back, the entire center tower, which had taken me hours to construct, was completely leveled. Not collapsed, but as if it had been neatly brushed aside. I saw Mr. Shivers standing right next to the rubble, his dark eyes staring at the ceiling. Too loud, the voice in my head said. The strange thing was that while my parents still didn't believe in the ghosts, they started noticing the effects. My mom would find the expensive antique porcelain doll on my shelf arranged in strange, unsettling positions, staring directly at my bed. Sometimes with their eyes crossed out in permanent marker. I swore I hadn't done it, and my parents had no reason to think I was lying about that kind of malice. The absolute worst night was the night that Mr. Shivers went from being a nuisance to a threat. My dad had gotten angry at me for throwing a fit at the dinner table. A fit Mr. Shivers had egged me into. Dad sent me to my room. I was crying on my bed when Mr. Shivers suddenly appeared right next to me. The cold was so intense my breath smoked. They deserve to pay for being so cruel to you, the voice hissed in my mind. No, stop, I whispered, terrified. I knew this wasn't fun anymore. He ignored me. He turned, facing the wall that separated my room from my parents' bathroom. Hanging on that wall, in a place of honor, was a beautiful, heavy-framed wedding photograph of my parents. It was a massive thing, maybe 3 feet wide, encased in thick glass and solid oak. I watched as a slight shimmer appeared right under the photograph. It was like a heat haze, but cold. Slowly, the thick cord holding the frame began to strain, not by pulling down, but by being pulled outward, away from the wall. Then, with a loud, sickening snap of wood and plaster, the frame didn't just fall, it was hurled forward. It hit my bedroom door, directly across the room, with a catastrophic force, one that sounded like a gunshot. The glass shattered everywhere. The heavy oak frame dented the solid wood door. My parents came running up the stairs, their faces white with terror. They saw the damage immediately. My dad looked at the door, then back at the intact hook hanging uselessly on the wall next to the room, then at me, huddled and shaking on the bed. How, Clara? How did you... He stammered, unable to comprehend the physics of it all. I couldn't speak. I could only point weakly to the corner where Mr. Shivers was standing, and for the first time, I told them exactly what he looked like. The sunken eyes, the newspaper-colored hair, the old brown suit. My dad's face went white again, but this time with a specific, awful recognition. He looked at my mom and said 2 words. Great Uncle Robert. Turns out my great Uncle Robert was Dad's estranged uncle who lived with my grandparents in that house. He was mentally unstable. He had been forced out due to his behavior and had later killed himself in the house, in the very room that became my bedroom. He matched the description exactly. We moved out within weeks. Pretty sure my parents told people the plumbing was bad. I never saw or felt Mr. Shivers again after that night. But to anyone who thinks a child's imagination is harmless, I promise you, there are spirits who know exactly how to exploit that trust. They aren't friends. They're parasites. I've told this story before, and any time that I do, people ask how I know the difference between bad luck and real evil. They ask like it's a joke. Like, sure, you had a rough patch with the house, but maybe it was just a string of bad contractors, or you weren't ready for a project that size. And maybe that would make sense if I hadn't already felt it once before. If I hadn't already known from a very young age the difference between ordinary fear and something alive that wants you to notice it. The first time was when I was 4, in the basement of the daycare my mom used to leave me at while she worked. It was one of those big old houses that had been turned into a childcare center. Old lived-in floors, plastic bins of toys, crayon drawings taped to the walls. The basement was for naps and storage. They had rows of cots down there, and dim yellow bulbs and cages overhead. It always smelled funny, like wet concrete, even though it wasn't rainy or wet in there. I remember lying on one of those cots, blanket tucked under my chin, staring at the ceiling. The other kids were asleep. Their soft snores and restless movements filled the room like static. But I wasn't sleeping. Something in me refused to close my eyes. It felt like the air was changing, like I couldn't breathe as easy. Someone was standing at the foot of my cot. Even though I couldn't see anyone there, I knew they were. My chest grew tight and my stomach cold. I kept thinking, don't look, because I knew if I looked, I'd see something. And then I heard it. A whisper, not words exactly, but the tone of them. Like when someone hisses your name under their breath and you can't quite catch it. I pulled the blanket over my face and prayed for a teacher to come down, but they didn't. Suddenly, I felt a whisper in my ear. Again, it wasn't words, but a breath, saying, "Boo." I jumped up, thinking I was going to hit whatever was in front of me, but there was nothing there. I covered myself again and heavy-breathed into the blanket until nap time was over. That was the first time I'd experienced something evil. It taught me something that I've carried my whole life. Fear is sharp, but evil is heavy. Evil wants you to notice it. The second time was last summer, when I bought a cabin outside of Mount Shasta. I'd flipped one property before, a starter house in the suburbs, and it went well enough that I felt brave, maybe too brave. The cabin was supposed to be my next big win, a fixer-upper listed at a price so low, it felt like stealing. A-frame style, wood siding, sitting in the woods off a gravel road. Nothing but trees and silence around it. The photos online made it look rustic. The realtor described it as a retreat waiting to happen. What I found when I pulled up in the truck and trailer was different. The paint was peeling in sheets. The deck sagged like it was tired, and windows clouded with grime. Inside, it smelled of rot and mouse droppings. But I told myself that's how all flips start. Ugly, before they're beautiful. The first week was demolition and cleanup. I slept in the trailer, parked just a few yards from the cabin, with a small generator buzzing outside. Nights were quiet. Too quiet, honestly, even for the woods. I didn't hear crickets, owls, just wind moving through the pines like breathing. And that's when the bad luck started. The first contractor, an electrician, walked in, looked around, and shook his head. Said he didn't like the feel of the place, that it was too much trouble. I thought he was just being picky, until the plumber quit halfway through replacing the pipes. No explanation. Just left the tools and walked off. I found them sitting in the driveway, chain smoking. When I asked what was wrong, all he said was, "Nothing. I just can't work in there anymore." After that, I had to call in favors, hire day labor, do more myself than I should have. Tools kept breaking, my saw jammed, burned out after 3 uses. A brand new drill slipped from my grip and opened up on the concrete. Supplies went missing, whole boxes of nails, a case of paint, just gone. By the 3rd month, my budget was bleeding out. The flip was supposed to take 12 weeks. We were past 20, and the cabin looked worse than when I started. Every night, I fell asleep in the trailer thinking about numbers, listening to the generator, telling myself I'd sell it for scrap if I had to. But then high strangeness became impossible to ignore. It started with footsteps, slow, deliberate, across the deck outside the cabin. I'd be in the trailer reading by lantern and hear the boards creak, one after another, heavy, human. The first time I grabbed a flashlight and my gun, I stepped out barefoot. The deck was empty. The trees were black columns around me. Other nights it was the walls, knocking, not random, but like someone tapping from inside the cabin. Once, while I was asleep in the trailer, the door handle rattled. Not the wind, not an animal, someone testing it. I started keeping a hammer beside my cot, not that it would have mattered. One night in particular, I woke up at exactly 3:33 a.m. My body knew before my eyes did. The air felt charged. Every hair on my arm stood up, and I couldn't tell if it was static or fear. I didn't hear anything at first. I just knew that I wasn't alone. When I sat up, my eyes went to the corner instinctively. The same way they had when I was 4 in that daycare basement. And there it was. It looked like a shadow, just darker than dark. But the longer I looked, the more it pressed outward, as if it were far more than a shadow. The shape of a man, too tall for the trailer, no eyes, but I knew that it was looking at me. The heaviness in my chest was identical to that nap time decades ago. Evil, patient, wanting. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe right. The thing leaned closer, and though it had no mouth, I heard it whisper. Same as before, not words but intent. I felt the heat on my ear. Almost immediately after, I forced myself to reach for the lantern. When the light came back on, the corner was empty. The next morning, I found 3 scratches down the side of the trailer. Deep, parallel. It was like claws, like something had dragged them hard enough to tear metal. The flip never recovered. Every attempt to push forward failed. Inspections fell through. Contractors stopped answering calls. Money drained out of my account like water from a cracked bucket. By the end of the summer, I gave up, packed the trailer, locked the cabin, and drove away. I haven't forgotten looking in the rearview mirror, though. The cabin was empty, but I swear, I saw something in the top window. A shape, watching me leave. I was so sure I turned the car around. But facing the cabin once again, it was clearly empty. I felt evil twice in my life. That basement and that cabin. And the worst part is knowing that I might feel it again. I moved into my apartment about 3 months ago. Top floor, corner unit, decent rent, and a view of enough pine trees to trick me into believing I wasn't living above a parking lot. That's the Pacific Northwest for you, I guess. You can be stepping on cigarette butts in one direction and staring at a postcard-worthy tree line in the other. Anyway, the night that this happened was cold. No storm or wind, but it was rainy, damp, everywhere. I was unpacking the last box I'd been pretending not to see, mostly old hiking gear and a tangled headlamp, when I heard something outside. At first, I thought that it was just someone dropping something heavy. Loud, singular thunk. Happens all the time. People in this building seem to treat the dumpster area like a basketball court. But then, it didn't stop. It just kept happening. Short, sharp impacts, uneven in timing. Not rhythmic, but not random either. Kind of frantic. I don't know. I'm not great at describing sounds. The closest thing I can compare it to is someone kicking a door while yelling through it. And yeah, I know how that sounds, but it's the closest thing I've got. I stood there for a second, waiting for it to turn into something normal. Footsteps, maybe laughter, an annoyed, "Hey man, cut it out." But nothing like that happened. Instead, the noises just kept getting louder, sharper, angrier. And then, this is the part I keep going back to, there was this voice, a woman's voice, not screaming exactly, more like trying to scream while someone was covering their mouth. A choked, muffled sound. I swear that's what it was. Or at least that's what I kept telling myself I heard. I said something like, "Seriously?" to no one, grabbed my keys and stepped outside. My apartment opens into this shared upper walkway that faces the parking lot. Straight ahead, pine trees, a strip mall glowing in the distance, and the usual gray sky. Down below, the lot itself, half lit, half shadow. And under that walkway is the building storage area. Cinder block, metal door, ugly fluorescent lights that hum like it's on life support. The sound was coming from that area. I leaned over the railing, squinting. "Hello?" I called out. Not because I expected an answer, but because that's what people do in horror movies before things go wrong. Might as well honor the classics. Nothing answered back, but I could still hear the impacts. Less frequent now. Heavier. Slower. I went down the stairs faster than I probably should have, but it's not because I'm brave. It was more because if I stayed up there listening any longer, I knew I'd freeze. And doing nothing felt worse than doing something. The closer I got to the storage door, the more obvious it was that something violent was happening, or had just happened. It stopped abruptly the second I got within maybe 10 feet. It didn't taper off or fade, it just stopped. Like someone hit pause on chaos. I stood there staring at the door, waiting for something, anything to move. A shadow, a footstep, a breath. Nothing. I didn't open the door. Look, I may be observant, but I'm not stupid. Instead, I stepped back, pulled out my phone, and called the non-emergency police line. Somehow, even that felt a little dramatic, but I didn't know what else to do. The lady who answered sounded bored until I described what I heard. Then she suddenly sounded suspicious in that, "Are you messing with me?" way. She said, "Sir, are you sure you're not calling some kind of prank?" I repeated, "I'm not," probably 3 times. I do that when I'm nervous, say the same phrase like I'm trying to convince myself as much as them. Eventually she sighed and said that she'd send someone out, but she sounded more annoyed than concerned. I sat on the wooden step outside my building and waited, staring at that metal door like it might blink. It took maybe 8 minutes for the police car to pull in. 2 officers stepped out. One older guy who looked tired of everything, and one younger woman who looked like she wanted to be anywhere else but working nights in our little corner of forested suburbia. I explained everything once again. They listened without much expression. The younger officer gave the older one a look and said, "This area again." "Yeah," he muttered. I don't know why that made my stomach drop a little. Something about the way they said, "again," like this wasn't just a noise complaint or someone arguing loudly. They went to check the storage room. I stayed back on the walkway stairs, feeling stupid and exposed and also weirdly hopeful that they'd find something normal. Like raccoons or a drunk tenant or, hell, even a broke water heater. Anything but what I'd been imagining. But when they opened the door, the room was empty. Completely empty. No signs of a struggle or movement. The younger officer closed the door a little too quickly, like she didn't want to look at the interior longer than necessary. The officer, the older one, walked back over, rubbed the back of his neck. "You said you just moved in, right?" "Yeah," I said. 3 months. He nodded slowly. "Okay, so, look, this is going to sound strange, but you're not the first person to call in noises like that." I must have blinked at him too many times because he added, "A year ago, someone was killed in that storage room." The younger officer shot him a warning glance, but he kept going anyway. Woman in her 30s. Domestic dispute. Neighbors reported the sounds. No one got down here in time. He let out a long breath. And every couple of weeks since then, someone hears something. I said something real eloquent like, "Oh." He lowered his voice. "We don't get evidence of anything. Nothing physical. But the reports keep coming." I don't know what to say, so I repeated, "I'm not messing with you," even though no one had asked this time. "We know," he said simply. They took my info and they left. The lot went quiet again. Just the usual soft background hiss of wind through the pines. A sound I'd always loved, but it sort of felt different. Like something was hiding in it. I still walk past that storage door every day. And every day, I swear, I hear not noises exactly. More like the idea of noises. Echoes. Something fading in and out. It's there. I'm not saying I believe in ghosts now, but I'm also not saying I don't. I guess that's the best I can do. Out here, the trees remember things, even when the people who live next to them don't. And there are some nights when the air feels heavy, but not like that rain heavy. It sounds like the past, trying to scream through a closed door. Memory comes back on silent nights, usually when the refrigerator clicks on. Its low thrumming, sounding just enough like the dead hum of a deactivated amplifier to trick my ears. I haven't lived in the Lookout 7 tower for almost a decade, but sometimes the stillness of my apartment is a perfect echo chamber for the quiet terror of that last week. I was a radio purist, a solitude addict. That remote fire lookout station at Klamath National Park was my heaven. My only real lifeline to the outside world was the ham radio setup that I'd hauled up there. A beautiful, complicated array of wires, dials, and a meticulously tuned vertical dipole antenna. The static was my white noise, and the familiar voices I caught were my only neighbors. The most consistent voice belonged to a man named Dusty. He was a retiree, a fellow ham operator down in a small town about 50 miles south. We talked for 2 hours every Tuesday and Friday. Same time, same frequency. Dusty had a low, gravelly voice. One that sounded like he'd smoked a pack a day for 50 years. He talked about gardening, the price of gasoline, and the weather. Simple things. human things. The change started subtly. About 3 weeks before I finally left, it was a Tuesday. "Well, you just hold up there, Leo," Dusty signed off. "Don't let those big trees fall on your head. 7-3. I smiled. He always signed off with 7-3, the ham radio code for best regards. But I noticed he said, "Hold up there," instead of his usual "hang tight." It was nothing, a minor change in cadence. People don't always use the exact same phrases. I blamed it on the geomagnetic conditions that can subtly alter the sound of a voice. But then it sort of escalated. The next Friday, Dusty was talking about his tomato yield. "You know, Leo, I'm surprised by the volume I get from these little plants." Volume. Dusty would never use that kind of word. I know it seems simple, but he'd say a heap or a bunch or something. Volume was a little precise for a guy whose vocabulary was mostly dedicated to fishing lures and the local diner menu. I frowned and keyed the mic just 'cause. "You doing all right, Dusty?" He sounded a little formal. There was a brief silence, a stretch of dead air that went on for too long. And then the voice returned, pitch perfect. "Oh, I'm just great, Leo. Good old Dusty. Just talking about my little garden. Gotta go, neighbor. Clouds are moving in." There was something just so off about all the things he was saying. The phrases were close, but off-key. There were times when Dusty wouldn't remember what we talked about. He'd sound more like himself, but it was like he forgot the other conversations. But it wasn't like he forgot. It was he really wasn't there. He'd been sick at the hospital a couple of times. He wasn't there. He said that might happen a few Tuesdays and Fridays while he was going through treatment. I tried not to press him on it, because clearly he was telling me something personal. But I started to feel like this was some sort of mimic I'd talked to. Didn't have a great feeling about it. I think for me, the terror began when the transmission stopped being so one-way. I started to hear things between our calls. During the static breaks, I was alone, fiddling with a dial, and I'd happen to let out a short, frustrated sigh. 5 seconds later, a burst of static, and then a clean, crisp sound. A sigh, right back through the speaker. It was my sigh. I began to test it sometimes, tapping my pencil against the desk. Tap, tap, tap. Moments later, the microphone would pick up the faint, almost swallowed sound of a tap, tap, tap in the silence. It wasn't an echo from the mountain. It was coming over the frequency. The thing, whatever had been being Dusty, was no longer content to copy an old man's voice. Felt like it was listening to me and learning me. And then came the storm. A massive late-season squall that sounded like a freight train rolling through the pines. All communication went out. The regular phone line was down, and I was truly isolated. Just the radio set and the rain. At 2:40 a.m., the radio lights flickered, and the speaker exploded with life. Not static, but clear. A clean human voice cutting through the storm like a beacon. "Mayday, Mayday. This is Dusty. 14.230. I'm in trouble. I need help. I'm pinned under a tree on my property. My legs are broken. Can anyone read me?" It was Dusty, his true voice, ragged and desperate. The terror was palpable. My heart was drumming in my chest. I grabbed my mic, fingers shaking, ready to call the sheriff's department and relay the coordinates. But just as I brought the mic to my lips, another voice cut across the frequency, completely overriding Dusty's cries. The second voice was low and resonant and calm. It wasn't begging. It was issuing a command. Negative. Emergency traffic. This is Leo, lookout 7. I repeat, this is Leo, lookout 7. I'm injured. My legs are broken and I'm bleeding out on the access road. I'm fading fast. Send immediate response to lookout 7 access road. The blood drained from my face. I didn't recognize the calm tone, but obviously I recognized the texture and the pitch and the slight crack to the voice. It was mine. Perfect. Uncanny. It was better than the imitation of Dusty. It was me, lying and calling for help, overriding the real distress call and rerouting the rescue to the tower. I ripped the headset off, and the sound of the two voices, Dusty pleading for his life in my own voice, sending help in the wrong direction, ringing in my ears. The thing hadn't just learned my voice. It waited for a moment of total isolation to use it as a weapon. It was calling out and using my identity as bait. I threw the main power switch to the radio, plunging the cabin into silence broken only by the rain, but the silence didn't last. I ripped the access panel off the console and saw the antenna wire, still hot with the residual broadcast. The lie was out there, but the real call wasn't over, and Dusty was still screaming. I found the main transmitter feed, and with trembling hands, I jury-rigged a direct line to the backup antenna. It was a local, low-power frequency, meant only for our short-range maintenance crews, a signal too weak to override the powerful, false one. It was a whisper against a shout, but it was honest. I was shouting into the mic to ignore the broadcast on Channel 4. My real voice was hoarse and raw. Dusty is here, mile marker 22. The old lodging trail, I repeat, mile marker 22. Don't listen to anything else. I spent the rest of the night just repeating mile marker 22, 22, 22. As I sat there with a hatchet in my lap, I was listening to the wind and the rain. Eventually, I set everything back up. I had to know if they'd found Dusty. But I wouldn't learn anything that night. It would be later that morning. They found Dusty, alive but with a broken leg, clinging to his radio setup. The search party said that the main distress call had been chaotic, sending most of the crews miles away. But one old-timer, working a short-range maintenance band, had heard a strange, panicked whisper that kept repeating the number 22, and he followed it. I never told anyone about that second voice, and I left that day without signing the logbook or saying a word to anyone. I don't know what the hell it was, but I do feel like it was trying to use me to kill Dusty. I still live a quiet life now, far from the woods, though. I refuse to buy a shortwave radio. I wouldn't say the radio scares me now, but I just think different things when I hear the static. Now, white noise is my white noise. The apartment was a typical, forgettable slice of 1970s architecture. Low ceilings, popcorn texture, and the persistent smell of old cooking oil and damp cupboard. I took it because it was cheap and close to the night shift job at the distribution center. My life was defined by the tangible, rent checks, clock-in times, and the aching reality of standing on concrete floors for 8 hours straight. I believed in gravity, thermodynamics, and the certainty that if you dropped a plate, it would break. Nothing more, nothing less. The only strange thing about apartment 3B was the stain. It wasn't a water stain, but a patch of discoloration on the ceiling, directly above the center of the main bedroom. It was roughly elliptical, a smear of deep, almost oily gray against the off-white paint. I initially assumed it was residual smoke damage from a former tenant or someone who'd tried to cover up a leak. I tried to scrub it once with a sponge and industrial cleaner, but it did nothing except peel back a tiny, disappointing curl of the old paint. I mentally filed it under landlord's problem, and I got on with my life, centering my battered futon right beneath it. For the first few months, the only thing that bothered me was the light, or rather the absence of light. The stained patch seemed to absorb the light, making the corner of the room directly below it perpetually feel shadowed. Even in the middle of the day, the shift in reality began subtly, in the small physical ways that a tired mind usually dismisses. It started with the weight. Every night after dragging myself home, showering, and collapsing onto the futon, I would feel an almost imperceptible pressure settling over me. It wasn't the weight of a blanket or the fatigue of my job. It was localized and heavy, a dull, constant force pressing down, primarily centered on my chest and upper body. I'd wake up soaked in cold sweats, gasping, convinced I'd been having a nightmare about being buried alive, only to find the room silent and the overhead stain watching me. I started stacking textbooks on my nightstand just to feel the satisfying, reassuring weight of something solid nearby. There were those sounds, though. They weren't supernatural wails. They were entirely mundane, but unusual. The creak of the floorboards above me, but at 3:15 a.m., when I knew the tenant upstairs, an elderly woman named Mrs. Petrov, was deep asleep. It was the sound of something heavy being dragged, muffled but distinct, followed by a loud, shuddering thump. I'd go check on her, wondering if she was okay. Obviously, she was asleep, but it got to the point where I had the landlord check on her. I started feeling crazy. I didn't want her to think that I thought something was wrong with her, but what the hell were these noises? And I wasn't going to go pounding on the ceiling. Anyway, one evening while standing on a stepladder to replace a burnt-out bulb, I was finally close enough to the stain to examine it real properly. It certainly wasn't smoke or oil. In the harsh glare of the new bulb, I saw the impossible truth etched into that plaster. It was composed of 5 distinct elongated finger marks and a thick, blurred palm area. It was an enormous, deeply impressed handprint, as if someone or something had pushed up against the ceiling or been pushed down onto it. I wasn't sure how it got there, but I didn't like how it felt, and something about the recognition broke my skepticism. I stood on that ladder, frozen, staring at the physical evidence of something strange. This wasn't a shadow or a bad dream. This was something physical. Something had been crushed against the structural limit of that room, and the stain was the consequence. I started sleeping in the living room, but the feeling followed. The pressure was no longer just on my chest. It was a psychological anchor dragging me down. I began to feel the phantom weight of my own hands, the ghostly, burning soreness that comes after lifting something far too heavy for far too long. The peak came one freezing night. I was just trying to fall asleep, wrapped up tight in a sleeping bag, when the weight returned, crushing and immediate. Felt like I'd been submerged in deep water. I couldn't move, I couldn't breathe. And then, I didn't just feel the pressure. I felt the recoil, a sudden, violent release of force that felt like a spring being uncoiled inside the apartment. The ceiling above the bedroom gave a single loud crack, and a fine dust of plaster rained down onto the empty futon. I scrambled up and stared at the bedroom doorway. The ceiling handprint was still there. I could see it clearly now. Accompanying it, a fresh hairline fracture radiated outward from the center of the palm, a tiny scar in the physical world. I realized the residual energy wasn't just a feeling, it was a constant contained spring, always on the verge of pushing back somehow. I moved out just a few weeks later. The abandoning my security deposit and part of my possessions. I told the landlord that there was a noise problem. He barely looked up from his newspaper. Something told me he was aware. It's been over 5 years. I live in a new city in a bright, modern apartment with 9-foot ceilings. I'm financially stable, eat well. My life is by all external measures calm and predictable. But I am perpetually tired. I carry the memory of that force every single day. I can still feel the ghost of that tremendous, unimaginable pressure. The pressure needed to leave a physical print on structural plaster. It may not have left me with any physical scars, but mentally, I certainly feel it left its mark. Ghosts weren't really a thing for me until we moved into a new house and I was 12. I didn't care about house shopping. I stayed home while my family looked, so the first time I saw the place was moving day. I walked in and the first dumb thing I said was, "Did somebody die here?" My mom stopped putting boxes down, hesitated, and told me yes. The original owner's husband had died there, and they'd bought it from the widow. I didn't know any of the details, just the kind of children's corner facts that stick. Basement, old man, widow. But even at 12, you notice stuff. The hallway to the laundry room in the basement felt bad the moment you stepped into it. Almost like a room where the heater was turned on full blast and there's no window, so it's suffocating. I don't know how else to describe it, but bad. The TV room at the other end of the hall was fine most days, but that laundry hallway had a weight to it. At first, it was little things. Shadows that split off the corner of your eye and vanish when you look directly. Light bulbs in the laundry room that popped or exploded for no reason. The TV downstairs would flicker like it was trying to show static but couldn't quite get there. My sister swore that she saw red eyes in the dark once, and sometimes she'd say that she could see kids running around in the corner of the room. Kids that would vanish when she blinked. I never saw the kids myself. My experience was more the creeping kind of fear. The sort that lives in your chest. Nightmares started. Not the usual teenage I failed the test nightmares. The ones where I'd wake up drenched and feel like I'd been dragged down the stairs. I dreamed that I was in my bedroom, and then I'd be moving, like a rope pulling me, down and down into the hallway, toward the laundry room. Then I'd snap back awake for a second. My legs would feel like lead. When you came back upstairs from going down there, you didn't walk, you ran. Like something wanted you to hurry so it could follow. We all tried to be reasonable about it. We'd blame wiring when the bulbs popped. We'd say mice or draft for shadows. Once or twice we actually asked it to stop. Like you could reason with whatever was left in the house. The bulbs didn't explode again after that, though, which felt like a win, even if everything else kept sliding sideways. I think the thing that made me stop pretending that it wasn't all just quirks was when my parents decided to renovate my room. That meant that I had to move out of my upstairs bedroom and into the TV room down in the basement while they worked. Not the laundry side hallway, thank God, but the other end of the basement just the same. I set up a mattress, a lamp, my books, the stupid posters that my sister made me hang. It felt like exile. Honestly, until I settled into it. I told myself being down there would prove nothing. I'd face it head on and be brave. The first few nights were a blur of nervous energy and childish bravado. I told stories into the dark, dared myself to call whatever it was by name. And then one night, alone and stupid with the lights off because I thought I was past being scared, I heard something. It was a sound like someone took a baseball bat to the ductwork right above my head. A boom radiated. The noise hit like thunder. It reverberated through the floor and into my teeth. I didn't move at first. My body was a paperweight. And then I crawled under my blankets, kept my eyes open until dawn, like a child who knows monsters are patient. That sound was not the house settling. It was violent. The sound of something showing you it could reach you. The next morning, I climbed up onto the mattress and grabbed the dropped ceiling tile like one of those kids in a movie was about to find something terrible. And directly above where my head had been was a furnace duct. It looked fine if you measured by daylight, but there were dents in it, a long gouge, like something had struck it hard. Not a hairline scratch, an impact mark. You get it from blunt force. Nothing else in the basement explained it. I really didn't sleep well after that. I didn't want to be downstairs anymore. So my parents allowed me to sleep in the living room. I really didn't appreciate the basement after that, more than I already hadn't. I definitely wasn't one of those people who stayed living at home forever. As soon as I could get my own place, I did. However, that place cannot be avoided. Even years later, when I go back to visit my parents, there was one time the feeling came back full-fledged. I remember being in the kitchen, the hair on my arms prickling, my body angling, as if something in the house had turned its head towards me. The dread was familiar. It didn't need to make a noise or show itself. It was just there. Once, when my youngest was small, we were staying at my parents' house overnight. He woke up in the middle of the night crying about a man in the basement who wanted to play. My mother brushed it off. Kids have dreams. But later at breakfast, she looked tired, the way people look when they've been up all night. I told myself not to sound like a crank. Mom still lives there. I visit on holidays and I sit in the living room, try not to think about the laundry hallway. What I learned, and I say this like a person who used to be a kid telling a grown-up, is that some things that linger aren't seeking kindness or reconciliation. They're not lonely in any human way. There's some malice in their attention. The small, cold enjoyment when you know you've been noticed. I just had this sense, when I was there, of being cataloged, measured, kept. It's odd. There are other stories. My eldest met something once in his grandparents' house that I'll tell you another time. For now, all I have is the memory of that boom, the dent in the duct, and just that laundry room in general. Quiet in the way that a room is quiet when everyone is pretending nothing is wrong. I guess sometimes prefer to chalk it up to wiring or ignore it completely. It's cleaner. Maybe it lets you sleep. This story isn't mine. It belongs to my grandmother. We call her Mama. And it happened just after she and my grandfather, Papa, retired to South Carolina, maybe 99 or 2000. They bought a house on this quiet, curving street where everyone knew everyone's business. And Mama, well, she was the chief of that business. She'd tell me, a person's routine is like a signature, honey. You can read the whole story of their life and how they walk to their mailbox. I never thought it made much sense, but God love her. The Millers were their cross-street neighbors. Mama always said that they were the most beautiful, most unsettling mystery on the block. The Millers were maybe in their late 60s then. Mr. Miller was a tall man, always wore a pressed cream-color golf shirt and beige khakis. The exact outfit you could buy at any department store in the late 90s. Mrs. Miller was thin, her hair always perfect, helmet-like style of ash blonde. She wore a crisp robin eggs blue blazer over white slacks. Mama noticed the lack of newness right away. They didn't remulch their beds. Their two vehicles, a pale Buick and a dark green Ford Taurus, never got dents or faded paint. Mama kept expecting them to upgrade the Taurus, but they never did. It stayed immaculate. A year went by, then 2, then 3. Mama's own hair was going from brown to white, and Papa had to get new glasses. But the Millers... I'd see that woman every Tuesday, Mama told me, out watering her azaleas at 10 a.m. sharp, wearing that same blazer. And I swear, the wrinkle pattern on the collar was always the same, every time. Not a similar wrinkle, but the exact same crease, like it had been permanently sealed into the fabric. Mama got obsessed. She started tracking small blemishes. She remembered a tiny chip in the stucco next to their garage, a chip that she'd seen Mr. Miller repair over the weekend. A few months later, she looked closely. The repair was gone. The stucco was seamless. It wasn't that the patch had failed. It was as if the wall had reverted back to its pristine state. The people themselves became the deepest problem for Mama. She'd watch them go to church every Sunday. After 3 years, she realized Mr. Miller's hairline had not receded by a single fraction of an inch, and Mrs. Miller's face, though polite, remained fixed in the look of permanent smooth expectation. They were still the same age that they were when they'd moved in. Everything was the same. Outfits, hair, cars, makeup. The truth broke when Mama was talking to Mrs. Rodriguez, an older Mexican woman that lived down the street who'd been there since the 70s. Mama made a joke about the Millers' perfect house and how long they'd kept up their routine. Mrs. Rodriguez got quiet. She looked at the Millers' house and said, "They were the first couple my husband and I met when we bought this house in 1974. They looked exactly like that. They said they were waiting for their son to visit." Mama came home white as a sheet. 45 years. That night, she said that she had to see them. She crept to her bedroom window, parting the blinds just enough to look across the street. The Miller house was dark, but Mama could make out the shape of the living room through the picture window. The couple was sitting there, not moving. They were on 2 stiff, upright armchairs, side by side, perfectly centered. They weren't looking at the TV, and they weren't looking at each other. Mama said their heads were slightly tilted, and she could see the faint reflection of the street lamp in their eyes. They were staring directly at Mama's window. She said that their faces, half in the dark, weren't smiling anymore. They looked hollowed, smooth, like something had been worn down by an impossible amount of time. Mama said she never looked across the street after dark again. She didn't really associate with the Millers. She decided that they weren't stuck in the past. They were stuck waiting for something or someone to finally give them permission to be new. In all seriousness, Mama believed them not to be human. And given the story, I'm thinking she's right. For 10 years, my childhood home was run by a force that just liked to break things and torment my mother. I grew up in the kind of house that should have been a setting for a sitcom, not a horror movie. It was a perfectly average 1970s split level in suburban Ohio. A big backyard with a trampoline, and a kitchen where my mom always had cookies baking. We were the first owners, which, ironically, made the haunting much stranger. There was no history, no tragedy, just 4 perfectly boring walls that decided, starting when I was about 8, that they didn't like us. We called it the nuisance for the first few years. It started with sounds. Everyone hears things in old houses. Creaks, pops, pipes rattling. But this was specific. Every night around 1 a.m., my sister and I, whose beds shared a wall, would hear the distinct sound of marbles rolling across the ceiling above us. Not just one marble, but a whole handful, dropped and allowed to scatter and roll to the far corners of the attic. Sometimes it sounded like they stopped right over our heads, and then the sound would start upward, like they were being dragged back to the center by an invisible string. My dad checked the attic hundreds of times. Nothing. No marbles or signs of rodents, and there were no structural oddities. It was just this thick insulation in the roof beams. Then came the physical activity. And this is where it became terrifyingly focused on my mom. She was a neat freak, the kind of person who organized spices alphabetically. This entity seemed to know that and took immediate offense to her order. The silverware drawer was the first major casualty. My mom would meticulously arrange the forks, knives, and spoons in their appropriate slots every evening after dinner. The next morning, it would look like a raccoon had raided it. Everything would be tossed and mixed, sometimes even removed entirely, and placed, always stacked and precise, in the sugar bowl on the counter. We all tried to blame my younger brother, but one morning my mom and I were both standing right there. She had just finished tidying the drawer. We turned around to put the cereal away, and before we could take 2 steps, we heard a frantic rattling sound. We whipped back around to see the drawer sliding out an inch on its own. Then, the metallic mess of the silverware started jumping and shuffling violently inside the closed space, rattling the wood like it was possessed. It was a kinetic tantrum in a box. When it stopped, the contents were scattered again. My mom just closed her eyes and whispered, "Not today." As I got into high school, the nuisance shed its playful side and became genuinely aggressive, almost predatory. The activity always peaked in the main living space, the kitchen. One afternoon, I was home alone studying at the counter. The house was dead quiet. I was focused on a textbook when the glass cabinet to my left, where we store fancy ceramic teacups and saucers, made a sound, a shing sound. The 2 cabinet doors, which were latched, flew open with such force that they hit the wall on either side and rebounded. I froze. Before they could settle, a series of objects began to fly out. It wasn't falling. It was propulsion. First, a small white sugar dish shot out. It hit the counter in front of me and shattered. Then one of my mother's favorite floral ceramic mugs launched from the top shelf, sailed completely over my head, and hit the far wall in the dining room, exploding into dust and jagged pieces. I remember thinking, with a clarity that only comes from true panic, that if the next object had been aimed lower, it would have taken out my eye. I scrambled under the kitchen island, covering my head, convinced something massive was about to drop. The sound of ceramic hitting linoleum and wood was deafening. And then, total silence. I crawled out 20 minutes later. The kitchen was a disaster zone, glass everywhere. My parents came home and found me still shaking, sweeping up shards. My dad, who had always been a pragmatic skeptic, finally saw the true scale of the mess. There are no forceful winds or tremors or broken hinges. Objects had been actively thrown across the room. The most persistent aspect of the haunting, even after the aggressive phase ended, was the cold spot. In the corner of our dining room, right by the sliding glass door, there was an area about 4 feet wide that was always freezing. Even in July, if you walked through it, it felt like someone had opened a freezer door directly onto you. And it carried a faint metallic odor, like ozone or freshly extinguished match. After the kitchen incident, my parents were terrified. My mom called a local priest who specialized in house blessings. He came in, was polite, performed the ritual, sprinkling holy water and reading scripture. It didn't stop the cold spot, but it did seem to work on the poltergeist. The aggressive kinetic energy and activity, the throwing, the drawer shuffling, the loud crashes, those things stopped instantly. It was like someone had unplugged the main source of power. But the house never truly went quiet. The marbles inside the walls still rolled at 1 a.m., just softer sometimes. The cold spot by the dining room stayed, and the faint smell of ozone remained. It was a constant reminder that something was still there, lurking in the corner, still agitated, but just watching now. My parents finally sold the house when I left for college. My mom said that she couldn't stand the anxiety anymore. The real estate agent asked my parents why they'd decided to move after being there for 20 years. My dad, without missing a beat, just shrugged and said, "We were ready for a change." While going to my parents' new apartment, I saw the new owners pulling into the house one afternoon. I had to pass it to get to my parents. I noticed they had a little boy, maybe 6 years old. I remember a bag of bright plastic toys next to him on the driveway. I immediately saw his future, a night when he'd be tucked into bed, and he'd hear the sound of marbles rolling above his head. And he'd know, just like I eventually did, that he wasn't alone. When I was a courier, I learned something from a tired old Navy SEAL who trained new guys on posture and panorama. Eyes see eyes, never stare at the objective. He said if you lock onto something, you become a point for it to find. It sounded like macho superstition then, an excuse to keep your head on a swivel. Yeah, it seemed paranoid, until one night. Though it doesn't explain what happened, it might explain why. I remember the bar that I was at because it had no TV, and the beer was cheap. What should have been a relatively ordinary and forgettable night is ingrained in my memory forever. With no TV, I found myself watching the rain. It pinned the windows with streaks that made the streetlights bleed into gold. And then my attention was drawn to a man. He was standing near the door, like he'd been there the whole night. A silhouette with shoulders small enough to be ordinary, but a presence too clean to be in this spot. I watched. He didn't move when people left. They walked around. He didn't move when the bartender wiped glasses. He smiled at me once, and I looked away. The SEAL's voice entered my mind. Don't stare at the objective. Eyes see eyes. So I let my eyes rest on everything else. The way the neon bounced off the spilled drinks. The way a moth smacked the light over the jukebox. The bartender's knuckles. I kept my gaze soft and unfixed for quite some time, even though I was sure it was too late. It felt less like paranoia and more like prayer. Later, as the crowd thinned, the man in the rust coat slid into the booth across from me. He was more than a silhouette now. He was close enough that I could smell him, like old paper and pennies. He didn't speak for a long time, and when he finally did, his voice was gentle, exact, like someone reading a line from a book that you're sure you'd never read. You keep your eyes on everything, he said. A good habit. Hard to fool a man who sees the edges. I grinned out of a habit because laughing keeps fear honest. You got me. He laughed with me, small and approving. Then he put his hand, palm down, not on the table, but half an inch above it, and traced a slow line through the booth's scarred vinyl, as if he were cutting a pattern only he could see. The bartender turned his back, and no one else in the room watched. I felt it before I saw it, a pressure like the weight of a warm coin against my chest. The skin over the sternum prickled, as if something invisible had dragged across it. And then there was a cold sharpness like glass. I felt my cheeks go slack, and I tasted metal. I did not feel a touch at all. There was nothing on his hand, even if he did touch me. But when I glanced down, because of course I did, my jacket was torn, a thin white line shining wet against the fabric. A shallow crescent of blood marked my skin, as if traced by a single nail. No one in the bar had moved. The air, for me, was suddenly burnt and sour, like a struck match melded in with the smell of pennies. How? I started to ask him. He smiled the same smile that he had in the beginning. He tapped the table again, a staccato beat, as if keeping time. He didn't say anything. He just exaggeratedly shrugged his shoulders and kept smiling. Then he said, "Thanks for making this interesting." He moved his hand back in the same slow arc. Above the leather, his fingers left a shadow that didn't match the light. It pinched and bent like wet cloth. The shadow's edge flickered like a heartbeat, and when the shadow passed over my jacket, the torn line and the blood were gone, as if some invisible seamstress had tucked the wound closed with a quick stitch. The mark stayed, though, a pale, jagged crescent, like a hooked rune. It hurt in a place deeper than skin, despite the wound itself being gone. "How did you—" I started again, but he had already stood. He slid out of the booth, left money on the table, and opened the door into the rain. The bell over the door sang, and when it did, I found myself snapping out of whatever trance I'd been sitting in. The bartender was now paying attention to me, but I wasn't interested in drinking anymore. I wasn't interested in leaving either. Eventually, I walked to my car, holding my jacket closed over the freaky mark on my chest. For weeks, it itched. And during that time, contractors I hired for an important job said they couldn't do the work. They left within days without reason, really. Things broke, stuff went wrong, plans folded. It felt like literally nothing could go right, and I was on the path of losing a lot of what made my life great. And then one day, a day that shouldn't have been different than any other, I woke up and I felt different. I had more energy. That's what I noticed instantly. The next thing I noticed was the mark was gone. I decided right there, look, that stain is off your body. It's out of your life. Plain and simple. So, whatever that man left on me, it felt as close to a curse as I can think of, and I don't have an explanation for it. And why did he choose me? Well, eyes see eyes, I guess. That's all I can think of anyway. And other than that, try not to think of it. I remember the ads called it a seasonal custodian, but the job was winter keeper. I was hired to watch over the Blackwood Public Library, not the little local branch, but a massive ornate 19th century main hall downtown. It was closed for renovations and asbestos remediation, meaning my only task was keeping the boilers running, making sure the sustained cold didn't burst a pipe. It was quiet. The building was solid granite and marble, 3 stories high, with ceilings that soared 30 feet. Outside, the heaviest snowstorm in years had fallen, muffling the city into a dead silence. Inside, the sheer scale of the building magnified every sound that I made, the scrape of my shoes, clink of my keys. I slept on a cot in the main office on the ground floor. My first strange encounter happened 3 days into the job, during a routine evening check. I was walking down the second floor mezzanine, checking the radiator valves. The windows were all boarded up, leaving the whole floor in a deep, musty darkness, lit only by my flashlight. And then I heard this faint, high-pitched tinkle of music. It was thin, mechanical, a wind-up music box. I pretty much stopped dead the moment I heard it. I had toured every square foot, and there were no music boxes. The only things left upstairs were empty shelving units and dust sheets. I followed the sound to the east wing, toward the old children's reading room. As I got closer, the music stopped with a sharp clack. The silence came rushing back in. "Hello?" I called out. My voice was swallowed instantly by the high ceilings. "Anyone there?" Nothing. I convinced myself it was a vibration, loose piece of ductwork catching in the wind. I was alone. I had to be alone. Later in the night, the music returned. This time it was followed by another sound, though. One that chilled me genuinely. It was the unmistakable sound of small, wet shoes running on polished wood. Not heavy boots or steps like my own, but the hurried sound of a child in soaking leather shoes, padding across the floor just above me. I looked up. The third floor, the entire top story, had been sealed off for months, taped shut and marked as a hazard zone. The wet, shuffling feet traveled from the north end of the building, across the main reading room, and stopped directly over the head of my cot. The running had stopped, followed by a soft cry, and then silence. Fear is a funny thing. I wasn't brave, but I was exhausted and determined to maintain my sanity. I made my way to the second floor, but I saw nothing there. There were no footprints even. But as I stood there, waiting to see something, I heard the sound again, this time above me, the third floor. I went to the sealed stairwell and tore off the tape. I had to see what was making the sound. The third floor was Arctic cold. The windows had been stripped out for replacement, covered only by thin plastic sheeting that snapped loudly in the breeze. The floorboards were old and creaked under my weight. I started to follow the sound's trajectory, from the old children's stacks to the window overlooking the street. The floor was dusty, except for one spot near a large south-facing window. There, where the sun would have hit the floor had it been daytime, was a small, dark patch of melted water. And leading away from it, fading into the dust, was a distinct trail of tiny, wet footprints. They weren't footprints from my shoes. They were small enough to have belonged to a 4 or 5-year-old. The tracks led straight to the window. I shone my flashlight, and I saw sitting there a tarnished metal music box. I picked it up. It was heavy, cold to the touch. As I held it, a deep shiver went through me, but I don't think it was the cold. I heard the faintest, sweetest sound of child's laughter. And the music, while holding it in my hands, started to play. After holding it for a while, I wasn't scared. I decided to leave it where I'd found it. I finished my contract. I kept the boilers running, but every night I expected to hear a little girl's laughter or wet shoes running. And one other time, I did. I wondered, though, what was she doing there? And how could she move on? It's almost sad when you think about it. I don't think she was waiting for anything except maybe a friend. There are some fears you grow out of. The dark, the clown in the sewer drain, and possibly the monster under your bed. And then there are fears that stay with you. They calcify. becoming a solid, unmoving pillar in the architecture of your adulthood. For me, that pillar is antique mirrors, especially the tall ones. I was 10 years old, perhaps 11, when Great Aunt Clara died. I'd never met her. She was a vague, spectral figure even when she was alive. My mother's elderly relative who lived reclusively on a freezing remote stretch of lake somewhere near the Maine border. When she passed, Mother was next of kin, responsible for clearing out the property. It was a chore that she resented, driving 8 hours to wade through the remnants of a stranger's isolated life. Mother returned with a few boxes of inherited junk, yellowed linens, some chipped porcelain, and one spectacularly monstrous piece of furniture. It was a cheval mirror, standing nearly 7 feet tall, framed in heavily carved, dense mahogany that was almost black. The silvering of the glass was deeply tarnished, giving the reflection a cloudy, aged appearance, one that seemed to absorb the light rather than bounce it back. It was too big and beautiful to just toss, Mother reasoned, her voice echoing the pragmatism that usually anchored our suburban household. And it's quite valuable. It ended up in my bedroom, a suburban 10-year-old space suddenly invaded by an object that felt millennia old. The mirror's presence was immediate and oppressive. It didn't feel like furniture. It felt like a large, silent stranger staring at me. I started noticing that my room, which faced the warm afternoon sun, always felt colder now. The mirror seemed to reflect a version of my room that was dimmer. It was not the reflection itself that bothered me, but what the reflection showed behind me. I'd be sitting at my desk, meticulously copying a lesson, and in the corner of the mirror, I'd see a blur of movement. Not mine, something else. A quick, indistinct shift in the shadows behind my chair. It would make my head snap around, but when I turned, the space was always empty. The wall was bare, the door closed. Nothing. The dread didn't come from the fear of a monster, but from the horrifying realization that the glass was showing me something that didn't exist in my physical room. The mirror was showing me a truth that my reality denied. It was an object that inverted logic, and as a child, that felt paralyzing. I developed an acute physical aversion to turning around. Every part of my body told me to check, to confirm the emptiness of the room. But the fear of what the mirror would reveal if I didn't turn was a much greater terror. I became practiced at my peripheral vision, watching the mirror from the corner of my eye as I did my homework, my entire body tense and prepared to jump. The figures in the glass, they were never clear. They were always on the edge of my vision, always blurry and shapeless, like heavy gray smoke. Sometimes, if I stared hard at my own reflection, trying to see past myself, I could almost discern a tall, wavering shape near the corner of the frame, almost like someone standing just outside a heavy rainstorm, their silhouette obscured by the water. My mother, a kind but fiercely rational woman, noticed my deteriorating state. I started sleeping fully clothed, facing the wall, or else I'd spend 20 minutes arranging blankets to cover the mirror, knowing the whole time that whatever was in the glass was watching me fumble with the cloth. "Eleanor, you need to stop watching those scary movies," she'd say gently, pulling the sheet down to show me nothing was there. "It's just an old piece of furniture." She could look at it without flinching because she saw a handsome, albeit tarnished, reflection of her living room. I looked at it and saw a portal, a window into a place adjacent to mine, occupied by entities that were finally, agonizingly close. The climax of the experiences came on a miserable, rainy night. I was standing in front of the mirror trying to tie my hair, fighting the urge to look away. I was determined to face the thing. I stared into my own 10-year-old eyes, breathing shallowly. And then, with agonizing slowness, there was a blur behind me, sharpened. Standing perhaps a foot behind my reflection was a terribly tall, dark, heavy-clothed figure. And there was hair. It looked like tangled wire. It was the clearest thing I'd ever seen in the mirror. My hands froze, and the hairbrush suspended inches from my scalp. My brain screamed, "Turn around," but I couldn't. Instead, I looked back into the reflection of my own face, and the face that stared back was not mine. The eyes were dark, hollowed-out sockets. The mouth was stretched open, and there were tears, black like oil, streaming down my contorted cheeks. My reflection, the 10-year-old girl in a blue shirt, was locked behind this other thing, absolutely terrified and pleading. The next thing I remember is falling backward, screaming, scrambling across the carpet. That was the moment that I understood the mirror wasn't showing me some sort of ghost. It was just showing me evil, possibly even showing me from another perspective. Either way, I was hysterical. I couldn't articulate the screaming reflection to my mother. I could only point and sob uncontrollably. Mother saw only the dark, cloudy glass, but she saw the trauma in my face. The mirror had crossed a line, inflicting an actual psychological wound. That night, Mother called an antiques dealer. She didn't believe in hauntings, but she believed in her daughter's peace of mind and money. The price was technically irrelevant. The object had to go. I watched from the kitchen doorway the next morning as two men, thick-armed and oblivious, strapped the mirror to a dolly. As they wheeled this monstrosity toward the front door, I remember catching one final glimpse. It was just my regular, intact reflection. But the edges of the glass weren't still. They seemed like a shimmer, like water. And I looked away. I can honestly say I haven't owned a full-length mirror since. I use a small wall-mounted one. The fear is still there, I guess with any mirrors. Just that sudden, panicked urge to spin around and confirm the emptiness of the room, or not wanting to catch anything in the reflection. Great Aunt Clara's mirror taught me that sometimes the things that watch us from the peripherals, they're just waiting for us to look back before they can show up in our reflection. Maybe. Either way, I've been afraid to let go of that vigilance ever since. I was never much of a kid person, meaning I didn't really babysit or do things like that, but one summer I was broke, like really broke. So when Miss Peterson called my mom to ask if I could watch her son Liam, I told her that I was available all week. Cash under the table was the only kind of cash that mattered to me, and it was instant. Plus, Liam was a quiet kid. How hard could it be? Their place was up on Cedar Street. It was one of those big stone houses that looked like they were built during the Civil War. It had that smell, too. Not bad, just old wood and dust, a little bit of mildew smell. The kind you can't really seem to get out of a place with a cellar. Liam, the kid, was about 8. Sweet kid, quiet, like I said. But the minute his parents kissed him goodnight and the front door shut, his whole demeanor changed. He got this intense look in his eyes, like he was trying to stare through a wall. "We have to stay in the living room, okay?" he whispered. He was curled up tight on the sofa, clutching a ratty stuffed dog. "Don't go near the cellar door, ever." The cellar door was right there, too, maybe 10 feet away. It was one of those heavy wooden doors, painted maybe 3 different colors over the years, and it had a big brass skeleton key lock. I laughed it off, trying to sound like a grown-up instead of a nervous 16-year-old. "What's in the cellar, Liam? Spiders?" He shook his head, a little too slowly. "The thin man is down there. He waits for the house to get really, really quiet. He doesn't like sound." I figured he'd been watching too many spooky cartoons, but then he got real serious, pulling on my sleeve. "He doesn't have a face, Sarah. He knows things. Like when I'm alone. The things you try to forget, or that you don't want to know anymore. He remembers." As eerie as it all was, I told him he was being silly, but I felt a chill anyway. We settled in to watch some movie about a talking bear until he finally started drooping around 10 o'clock. I walked him up the wide, creaking staircase to his room and tucked him in. I went back downstairs, turned off the TV, and that's when the quiet really hit, and so did Liam's words. It wasn't just quiet. It was a heavy silence that only old houses seem to have. I was sitting on the couch reading through Liam's mom's magazines, trying to ignore that feeling that I wasn't alone. Then, maybe 11:30 p.m., I heard something. It wasn't a loud noise, nothing you'd notice if the TV was on, but it wasn't. It was this faint, dry scratching, like a long fingernail dragging down a piece of rough wood, coming from the cellar door. I froze up, magazine halfway to my face. I told myself it was the pipes, or maybe the dog next door, or a tree branch. Anything. I was hoping for anything but what it sounded like. I sat there for a solid minute, holding my breath, and it stopped. I let out a puff of air and reached for my soda. And that's when the doorknob started moving. It was one of those old white porcelain handles. I watched, horrified, as it turned, millimeter by millimeter. It was agonizingly slow. It didn't make a sound. It was like watching something happen, but not understanding how. Where was the sound to accompany it? It kept turning until it hit a spot where it could click open, and then it stopped. The door didn't fly open, it didn't even creak open. It just moved inward by maybe an inch and stopped dead, leaving a black, sharp, vertical gap. The air in the room was genuinely colder, like walking into a freezer section at the grocery store. I could see my breath, but I couldn't move or scream. I stared into that gap, expecting to see something, anything, a shadow, a hand, but it was just pure blackness. That's when the whisper came out. It wasn't the sound of talking. It was more like the sound was being pushed through dry leaves. It was so low I almost missed it, but it went straight through the silence and landed perfectly in my head. "You should have stopped her, Sarah." My stomach dropped. I was sweating instantly. 2 years ago, my sister, who I was fighting with, drove drunk from a party. I knew she was drunk, but she was supposed to pick me up. So I begged her. She crashed a mile down the road, and she was paralyzed from the waist down. The accident wasn't a secret, but the guilt, the specific memory of begging her to leave, of basically putting her on the road, that was locked inside my own miserable brain. And what I just heard, it wasn't a question. It wasn't an accusation. It was just a cold, undeniable statement of a private sin. I finally found my legs. I hurled myself up the stairs and found myself retreating to the same position that Liam had been in earlier on the couch in the living room. I stayed like that, for hours. By the time Miss Peterson was home, she was surprised to see that I was still awake. I told her I couldn't sleep. That was the first and last time I ever babysat. And I try to avoid cellars wherever possible. Because what the hell was that? The first 3 months of motherhood aren't exactly about joy. They're about survival. You exist in a state of perpetual, foggy exhaustion. Every shadow is a monster. Every odd noise is a threat to the sleeping baby. My world had shrunk to the nursery, and the centerpiece of that was the antique wooden rocking chair, one that we'd gotten from my husband's side of the family. It was beautiful. Hand-carved wood, heavy, and creaked in a way that had comforted generations. It was 2:30 a.m. I'd just finished the longest, most difficult feeding of the night. Little Leo was finally limp and warm against my chest. I gently laid him in the crib, checked his swaddle, and began the delicate, silent retreat. I was maybe 2 steps from the door, my entire being focused on not breaking the silence, when I heard creak, pause, creak, pause. The sound of the rocking chair. Someone was sitting in it. My body instantly flooded with adrenaline. My husband, I thought. He must have woken up and come in to check on us quietly. But that logical thought didn't stick. Firstly, I'd just heard him snore from our bedroom. Secondly, he always drags his feet. This person or thing had to have been absolutely silent to enter the room without me noticing. I'm thinking all of this in seconds. I held my breath and pressed myself against the doorframe, peeking around the edge. The nursery was dimly lit by a tiny amber nightlight near the changing table. In the soft, low glow, I saw the chair rocking steadily, rhythmically. But it was empty. There was no weight in the seat. The upholstery was flat, yet the heavy wood was moving back and forth in perfect, gentle arcs, with that creak, pause, creak. It wasn't rocking wildly or randomly. It was rocking with intention, with the slow, soothing pace of someone trying to comfort a distressed infant. I stood there for what felt like an hour. It was maybe more like 3 minutes, but I couldn't move. My eyes darted between the rocking chair and the crib. Leo was perfectly fine, sleeping soundly, utterly unaware of the impossible things happening 10 feet away. A draft, I desperately tried to rationalize. The house was settling, a vibration from the road, but the room was sealed. There was no window open or central air kicking on. The rocking chair was too smooth and too constant to be anything but deliberately propelled. The worst moment was when the rocking slowed. It didn't just stop, it was a gradual deceleration. Like the unseen occupant was leaning forward, easing their weight off the runners. Creak, pause, creak, creak. Then silence. The chair stood perfectly still. I waited for the surge of relief, but it never came. Instead, I felt a terrifying clarity. Something had just been in the room with my child. I didn't feel a malicious presence, but the sheer unsettling reality of an invisible entity taking up residence in the very place meant for safety and warmth. It was horrifying. Unsettled, I quietly slipped back into the room, scooped Leo up and carried him straight into our bedroom. My husband woke up confused, but I didn't try to explain the chair. I just locked the door and held my son tightly until dawn. The next day, I insisted on getting rid of the chair. My husband was skeptical, but he could see the wild, genuine fear in my eyes, so he agreed to list it online. It stayed there for a while. I eventually told him that we should look into antique stores or collectors, since it was technically an antique. We listed it on one of those sites, and a woman who was a collector came to pick it up one afternoon. She was loading the chair into her truck. I distinctly heard a sound right behind me. It was so faint I almost dismissed it. A soft, airy sigh, like a disappointed exhale, right by my ear. I spun around, and of course, there was no one there. We did end up getting a new rocking chair. It never seemed to creak on its own, so that was comforting. Leo is almost 7 now, and sometimes I honestly think back to that chair and wonder if we made the right call. I don't know if I believe in ghosts, but I guess I've come to believe that they don't mean harm, at least not all of them. Maybe they're sort of there as a protection. I don't know. Nothing bad ever happened to Leo, and nothing weird ever happened with our new chair. But I just think about it sometimes. The paranormal isn't always this grand, violent haunting. Sometimes it's quiet or rhythmic. But if I'm honest, it is all still a bit unsettling for me. So my son is 8 and has been seeing these energy shadow beings. He called them demons at first because they were ugly. No one looking exactly the same. But they're not harming him, more so helping him. He says they watch him when he sleeps, 2 in the same place every night. He explains them as having a cold rush of air when they pass by him, and when many are around, it makes the room very cold. They'll have constant, vivid dreams where they communicate with him, not with words. They make a noise, he said, that sounds like when you spin a stick fast in the air. Sometimes they whisper. His dreams often have pyramids, the moon, and the all-seeing eye in them. These experiences of his seem to be getting stronger and stronger. Sometimes they lead him places particularly dark or shady, as they don't like bright lights, most of them, he says, and they're very active at night. The thing is, he's blind, and when he feels their energy, he can focus and tell what they look like in his head. These beings don't like bad energy. They hate his brother, apparently, who yells and is aggressive. Not fond of his father either. Most of them leave if you yell or are mean. He's started to place crystals around the house, and they're attracted to them. He says it keeps them from following him, which he doesn't like sometimes, especially when this one in particular stares at him at night. A few years ago, he was in a freak shooting, and he actually got shot through the head. I think these things protected him through this situation, as he should have died, but was just blinded, which is probably why his third eye is so strong. He's a very special kid, and he won't talk to anyone about these experiences because he knows that people will think he's crazy, even though he's felt them his whole life. I have many videos of him speaking in great detail about them. Has anyone had similar experiences happen to them? Or do you have any info on this type of thing? What to do with it, if anything? Thanks. In 2004, my parents moved us from the East Coast to the Gulf Coast, and I started 7th grade at a new school. I talked differently, dressed differently, and overall didn't impress the popular girls, or anyone for that matter. If someone bothered speaking to me, it was only to make fun of my accent. By the second week, I'd learned to stay small and keep to myself. When you remove yourself from all social dynamics and become purely a spectator, you learn a lot. I quickly identified who was friends with who had crushes, and who secretly hated their best friend. Then, There was Brady, the invisible boy. I envied him most of all. He didn't have to play politics, avoid bullies, or fear the bathrooms. No one stared at him or pointed. It was like he didn't exist. I didn't even notice that we sat next to each other in second period until he randomly asked to borrow a pen. I didn't expect to get it back, but he returned it the next day. A while later, he borrowed it again, and this kept on to the point that we made jokes about how he should just keep it. Little by little, we would talk more until I felt like I was making a real friend. We ate at different lunch times, and we didn't have any other classes together, so I would look for him in the hall. There would be glimpses of him from a distance, but every time I tried to make my way over, he'd be gone when I got there. It was starting to seem like he was avoiding me on purpose, so I finally said something in class. Brady said he never saw me and asked me to meet him behind the cafeteria after school. And then he never showed. The next day, he wasn't in class. He didn't come back until sometime the following week. I asked him what had happened, but he just ignored me. And then I noticed there were dark rings around his eyes, and he looked like something bad had happened. So I left him alone. I watched him all through class. I saw a dark, matted clump of hair on the back of his head. It looked like he was hurt. His clothes were covered in dirt and torn, like he'd slept outside. I couldn't believe the teacher hadn't said something to him. Did she really not notice? I tried asking if he was okay, but I did it too loud, and the whole class turned to look at us. I stared at Brady, hoping he would say something, hoping the teacher would see him and help. But then one of the popular girls said, "Oh my God, she's talking to her imaginary friend again." And everyone started laughing hard. I couldn't take it anymore. I stood up and made a horrendously embarrassing speech about how awful they all were. Crying definitely made it worse, but that's a different kind of childhood trauma. The kind of trauma that comes from a teacher taking you into the hallway to explain that your only friend wasn't real is a whole world of messed up into itself. There was no Brady in that class, no Brady in my grade. That desk had apparently been empty all year. I freaked out so bad that my parents were called to pick me up. My mom made me wait in the car while she talked to the principal. A few days and a therapy session later, my mom told me what they talked about. Sometime in the 90s, a similar incident happened where a kid thought that he'd made a friend named Brady. He was so insistent that our principal, still a teacher back then, looked into it, found old articles where a student named Brady had died. His mom was an addict, and Brady used to run to the school when she became violent. He'd sneak into the cafeteria and stay the night. One day, she chased after him, caught up with him in the parking lot. He tried to make it to the door, but she ran him over before he could reach it. He died still pinned beneath her tire. She was so out of it that she didn't even realize she killed him until the next morning. My schedule was changed, so I didn't have the same second period anymore. I guess the teachers hoped that it would help avoid another incident, and I guess it did. The other kids gave me hell for as long as I attended that school, but I only saw Brady a handful of times after that, and I was really careful to avoid showing it. I didn't need to add any fuel to the fire. To my knowledge, that was the only ghost I've ever had contact with, but who knows? Either way, I'm fine believing that he was my only one. I was always afraid of the sixth sense. I have no need to live it. I've been in law enforcement for over 16 years in Texas. 16 years of seeing more than my fair share of tragic, creepy, and downright unexplainable things. From murder scenes to suicides to fatality accidents. Sometimes a place just feels different. It's an intuition you learn to trust. I've posted here before about a burglary in progress call I responded to. But there was one call, A death notification that sticks with me because of how quickly and quietly the reality shifted. I may have shared it before, but it bears repeating. The call came in around 12:30 a.m. I had to contact the family of a deceased woman named Susan, who was involved in a fatal car accident just a few miles from her home. It was a rural area. It was the type of drive where your headlights are the only light source for miles. By the time I turned onto the long, unpaved road leading to the residence, it was pitch black and dead silent. I pulled up to the property gate about 50 yards shy of the house itself, and that's when I saw a woman. She was standing right by the gate, in the shadows cast by my cruiser. She was wearing light clothing that seemed thin for the middle of the night. I had my doubts about her being the resident, but she was the only one out there. I killed the engine. She spoke before I could even open the door. Her voice was calm, almost unnervingly so. "I heard you coming from miles away, officer." I asked her if she lived at the residence, and she confirmed she did. I explained why I was there, the need to speak with the occupants, and I asked her to meet me at the front door. She agreed, but said she needed to walk the distance. "It's a short walk, but I need the time to gather myself," she said. I let her walk ahead while I drove slowly toward the house. Something felt off about the pace, even the darkness and her composure, but I chalked it up to shock. This was Texas. People out here dealt with sudden tragedy differently. I parked near the small wooden porch and I stepped out. I expected her to be right there, maybe already waiting on the steps, but the porch was empty. I hadn't seen her disappear, and yet I thought I'd had my eyes on her the whole time. It was 1 a.m. and completely dark. I started scanning the driveway and the surrounding yard, shining my flashlight everywhere. Where did she go in 75 yards? There was nowhere to hide, just shrub and open space. Just as the unnerving realization started to sink in, the front door opened. A younger woman appeared, looking startled by my presence. She was immediately concerned and asked if everything was okay. I asked if I could speak with her and any other adults inside. She welcomed me in. I paused on the threshold, hesitating. I told her I was waiting for the woman I'd just met near the gate. The daughter's expression immediately became tight with confusion. "Nobody else should be home, officer, just me and my husband." That line sort of froze me in place. I stopped my casual search of the yard and went on full alert, circling the house quickly. Nothing. Nobody. I entered the residence with their permission and delivered the news about her mother, Susan. The daughter and her husband were instantly heartbroken, of course. While they were comforting one another, I tried to focus on the routine, on the walls, on anything but the empty space where this woman's mother should have been. My eyes fell on a wall of framed photographs. There was this picture of a middle-aged woman that immediately stuck out to me. She had the same eyes and the same build, the same stillness in her posture as the woman I was just speaking with outside. I pointed to it with my voice being tight. I said, "Who's this?" The daughter looked up, tears streaming down her face, and confirmed, "That's my mother, Susan. That's the woman who passed." I spoke with the ghost of the individual who had died in the crash, just moments before telling her family what had happened. She was there to meet me, to prepare herself, maybe to prepare them too. This experience prompted me to start sharing stories like these from the job. If you're interested, I'll keep you updated on my YouTube channel. I have lots more. My grandmother, Alara, wasn't a mystical woman. She was practical, a no-nonsense woman who believed in a firm handshake, a sharp tongue, and the absolute power of a good, strong cup of black coffee. She didn't talk about angels or spirits, except for one thing that she was absolutely clear on. "Don't worry about me," she'd tell us every time we left her house. "When my time comes, I'm going straight to the good place, and I'll let you know I made it." Then she'd tap the mahogany kitchen table with her knuckles. 3 solid rhythmic raps. Knock, knock, knock. That's my signal. Just 3 little knocks. If you hear it, you stop worrying. It basically became a sort of family legend, a dark joke we whispered at holidays. None of us really believed it, of course. Not until the day that we had to. Grandma Alara passed away in her sleep at 94, in a care facility 3 states away from me. The funeral was exactly what she would have wanted. Short, unsentimental, and followed by terrible tuna casserole. I flew back home the next day, exhausted and heavy with that dull, crushing grief that only comes when a true pillar of your life is gone. I remember that morning vividly. It was a Saturday. I was sitting at my kitchen table nursing a coffee that was nowhere near as good as hers, going through the stacks of sympathy cards I hadn't yet had emotional energy to open. The house was utterly silent. I couldn't help but feel that life would just be a little more silent from now on. I was officially worrying. Knock, knock, knock. 3 knocks. Not a doorbell. Not a tree branch at the window. These were deliberate, weighty raps on the front door. The kind that vibrate the floorboards. Regardless of where the knocks came from, the sound was identical to the ones that she made on her kitchen table for decades. I thought of her instantly, but my logical thought came next. It was a neighbor. I stood up, walked quickly to the front window, and looked out. But the porch was empty. There was no one standing there, no car in the driveway. The heavy storm door was closed. There was no strong breeze or anything to create that kind of impact. Nothing to replicate knocking. Maybe I was mistaken, I thought. I imagined it. Of course. Grief, I'm sure. I walked toward the door, telling myself that I was being ridiculous. Then, before I could reach the knob again, the knocking. Knock, knock, knock. This time it was louder, almost demanding. It felt like it was resonating through the wood itself. I'm not sure where I got the nerve, but I pressed my face to the peephole. Still nothing. Just the bright, empty morning sun on the front porch steps. As I turned and made my way back to the kitchen, a wave of intense cold washed over me. And then it was followed by warmth, the feeling of a blanket being put on you. It was so strange, but I wasn't afraid. It was a sense of calm that had settled over me. I realized that after a lifetime of talking about a sign, I was finally getting it. I turned around and placed my hand flat on the cool wood of the front door, right where the sound seemed to have originated. "I hear you, Grandma," I whispered. Tears were genuinely blurring my vision as I told her, "I know it's you. Thank you for letting me know." I stood there for a long moment, waiting. There were no more knocks or temperature changes, just me in the silent house. But as the fear receded, it was replaced by a profound, comforting sense of release, a lightness in my chest that hadn't been there since she passed. Of course, I never heard that triple knock again, But in the years since, whenever I catch myself worrying about the future, feeling overwhelmed or struck with grief, I instinctively press my knuckles to a tabletop, and I just hear her silent threefold promise. It might not be the most terrifying encounter of my life, maybe the most impactful, because it was proof that some part of a person, the part that keeps its promises, doesn't just disappear. My next-door neighbor growing up was a friend of mine, and we had a kind of a hangout spot in the patch of woods that ran behind our houses. We were about 14 and were experimenting with cigarettes, so that's where we went to hide. We were out there one day towards sunset and heard her grandmother calling to us. We panicked and put out our cigarettes so that we wouldn't get caught, and as she called our names again, her voice sounded closer this time. That's when we realized that A, her grandmother lived at least 3 hours away and to our knowledge was not expected to visit, and B, the voice was coming from deeper into the woods, not from our backyards. We freaked, and we dashed out of the woods to the safety of our yards, and as we ran, we heard her call out one last time, but her voice sounded different this time, kind of deeper, angry sounding. We didn't enter those woods ever again, unless it was broad daylight. We never heard anything like that again, but by far the scariest experience of my life. I was maybe 8. My mom was working a double and dropped me off at the neighborhood babysitter. For the life of me, I can't remember her name, so we'll call her Mrs. H. We were going to the corner store, and before we left, Mrs. H waved a finger at me like all grown-ups do and said, "Whatever you do, don't listen to the mean old lady." It was said like a joke, you know? Like one of those neighborhood things adults say so kids don't dawdle. I didn't think much of it. But on the way back from the corner store, we passed her stoop. She sat there in a big shawl, looking like she always did, a bit grim, mouth a tight line. Out of nowhere, she yells at us full on, "Stay the hell away," which was intense. Mrs. H flinched and turned toward her, like to answer or scold or whatever adults do. I looked too, and this is the part that still makes my stomach go all weird. There was something, tiny, squat, like a kid's idea of a gnome, standing at the edge of the old lady's silhouette. It was the size of a small child, but wrong in all the way that things are wrong in nightmares. It was sort of leather-looking, all hunched over, with its head tilted like it was studying me. The thing's eyes, if they were eyes, were sharp and bright, and just stared straight at me. Then it slipped, like it didn't want to be seen, behind the woman's skirt and disappeared. Fast. Too fast for a cat or a person. I'm not kidding when I say I know I'd seen it. It wasn't a blur or a trick of the light in my head. It was a clean picture that stuck there like a splinter. Mrs. H didn't see it. She turned back to me and said, "Ignore her. Some people are just difficult." She sounded calm, like she was covering the weird with normal. She offered me a popsicle when we got home, like that was supposed to fix everything. That night I couldn't sleep. I tried the usual kid tricks, lamp on, TV for noise, counting backwards, reading until my eyes hurt. Anything so that I wouldn't drift off and have to see that thing in my dreams or have it find me. I sat under the covers with my hands wrapped around the blanket, and I felt like something was watching the room from the corner where the curtains met the radiator. There was no noise or like footsteps, nothing obvious, just that feeling like being pinned by a glare. Weeks later, people would say kids imagine stuff, or you were young, it was shadows. And yeah, maybe. But there are sensory details I still remember clearly. The exact way the sidewalk looked, the warmth in the air, the way Mrs. H's hand paused on the popsicle stick when she gave it to me. But also, the way it looked at me. It wasn't like anything I'd ever seen. It's why I can't forget it. If it's not a demon, call it whatever. A gnome, a sprite, a weird neighborhood critter. It didn't feel majestic or mystic. It just made my skin crawl. Just a small thing that looked at me and decided I was interesting. Curious if anyone else has ever seen something small like that. Not a shadow looming over you or something, but like a tiny thing hiding by someone normal that only you saw.